Everything you have been told about the Great Pyramid of Giza is a calculated deception. For centuries, the textbooks have repeated a comfortable lie, calling these monolithic structures nothing more than grand tombs for ego-driven kings. But there is a secret buried in the very atoms of the stone that modern history is desperate to ignore. Deep within the king's chamber, the air does not sit still. It vibrates. A low, subsonic hum resonates through the 80-ton blocks of red granite, a frequency so precise it suggests a machine that was never actually turned off. We are told the pharaohs were buried here, yet not a single body, not a single piece of funerary art, and not a single trace of royal remains has ever been found in the Great Pyramid. Instead, we find a chamber made of rose quartz granite, a material known for its piezoelectric properties. This is not a place of rest, it is a place of power. The curse of the pharaohs was never a myth. It was a biological warning for those who dared to disturb a technology they could not understand. A technology that is still breathing, still waiting, and still active beneath the shifting sands of the plateau. This is the truth the king buried. Now, let us turn back the pages of the years. The light in your room is dim, the world outside is quiet, and the scent of aged parchment fills the air. We are stepping away from the noise of the modern world and moving into the flickering candlelight of the Great Gallery. Listen closely to the silence, for in this place the silence is heavy. It has a weight. It has a voice. Imagine yourself standing at the base of the plateau at the hour when the sun begins to dip below the horizon. The limestone casing stones, once polished to a mirror shine, would have reflected the orange glow of the Egyptian sky like a beacon that could be seen for hundreds of miles. But we are not here for the exterior. We are here for what lies within the heart of the mountain of stone. As you enter the narrow ascending passage, the air changes. It becomes cooler, drier, and carries a faint metallic tang, a scent that reminds one of a coming thunderstorm or the static of an old machine. The walls around you are not the soft limestone of the outer layers. As you climb higher toward the king's chamber, the stone transforms into a deep, blood-red granite. This stone was hauled from Aswan, hundreds of miles away. Why would a civilization obsessed with simple burial travel so far for a specific type of rock? The answer lies in the quartz. Granite is packed with quartz crystals, and when quartz is subjected to pressure, it generates an electrical charge. The Great Pyramid is composed of over 6 million tons of stone, all pressing down, all squeezing that quartz, creating a massive, silent, crystalline battery. As you step into the king's chamber, the first thing you notice is the sound. It is not a sound you hear with your ears, but a sound you feel in your chest. A low-frequency thrumming that seems to emanate from the floor itself. It is the sound of the Earth's own pulse, captured and amplified by the precise geometry of the room. Scientists who have brought sensitive acoustic equipment into this chamber have been baffled to find that the room is tuned to a perfect frequency. A resonance that matches the vibration of the human skull. Is it possible that the sarcophagus in the center of the room, which is far too small for a royal casket and shows no signs of ever having a lid, was actually a resonance box? When you strike the side of this granite chest, it rings like a bell, a deep, haunting tone that lingers in the air for minutes. This is the humming granite. It is a sound that science can measure but cannot explain. Think of the architects. They did not work with copper chisels and wooden mallets as we are told. To achieve the level of precision found in the king's chamber, where blocks weighing 80 tons are fitted together so tightly that you cannot slide a single hair between them. requires a knowledge of physics that we are only now beginning to rediscover. These blocks were not just placed there. They were tuned. Each stone was selected for its acoustic property, creating a literal symphony of stone that has been playing for over 4,000 years. Early explorers in the 1800s spoke of a heaviness in the air here. They reported that their torches would flicker and die for no reason, and that the very walls seemed to breathe in the dark. Some were driven to the edge of madness, claiming they could hear voices whispered in the vibration. But these were not ghosts. They were hearing the machine. The infrasound produced by the pyramid has a profound effect on the human brain, capable of inducing states of deep meditation or intense fear. It was a biological security system, a way to ensure that only those whose minds were prepared could withstand the energy of the chamber. As you sit in the darkness of the chamber now, in your mind's eye, see the red granite glowing faintly with the pressure of the millions of tons above it. The air is thick with the potential of a lightning strike that never quite breaks. We must ask ourselves why the modern world is so intent on keeping the tomb narrative alive. Why is it that whenever an independent researcher discovers a new frequency or a hidden void, the authorities are so quick to seal the entrance with concrete? What are they afraid we will hear if we listen too closely to the stone? The hum is a bridge. It is a bridge between the physical world and a state of being we have forgotten. The Pharaohs did not die here. They changed. They utilized the resonance of the granite to enter a state of suspended animation, a chemical and spiritual stasis that defied the passage of linear time. The pyramid was not a house for the dead, but a cradle for the undying. Consider the air shafts that lead from the chamber to the outside world. For decades, archaeologists called them vents for the soul to escape. Yet, when robots were sent up these shafts, they found they did not lead to the surface. They were blocked by stone doors with copper handles. These were not vents. They were conductors. They were part of a massive terrestrial circuit designed to pull energy from the ionosphere and focus it into the very room where the humming is strongest. As the night deepens, the hum becomes more pronounced. It is as if the pyramid wakes up as the world goes to sleep. The red granite is warm to the touch, not from the heat of the day, but from an internal friction, a kinetic energy that has no business existing in a prehistoric tomb. You can feel it in your fingertips as you brush them against the wall. It is a vibration of 432 hertz, the mathematical frequency of the universe itself. The deeper we go into this archive, the more the tomb theory dissolves like salt in water. We find ourselves looking at an empire that did not build with stone, but with sound. An empire that understood that if you can control the vibration of a room, you can control the perception of reality. The king's chamber was the control room of a planetary engine, and the hum we hear today is the idling of a motor that has never been turned off. It makes one wonder about the records that were burned at Alexandria, or the scrolls that are locked away in the Vatican's vaults. Do they contain the operating manual for the Giza Plateau? Do they tell the story of a ruling class that didn't fear death because they had mastered the art of the long sleep? As you drift closer to the edge of sleep, let the image of the humming granite fill your thoughts. The deep red stone, the invisible waves of energy, the absolute precision of a lost science. The pyramid is not a silent monument. It is a shouting witness to a history we are not supposed to remember. It is a machine that is still on, waiting for the right moment, the right celestial alignment, and the right atmospheric balance to complete its cycle. The vibration is a heartbeat. A slow, ancient, steady heartbeat that outlasts civilizations and ignores the rise and fall of modern man. We are merely guests on the surface of a mystery that goes all the way to the core of the earth. The hum is telling us that we are not the first, and we are certainly not the masters of this world. We are just the listener's dot as the candle in our story flickers one last time before going out. The darkness of the chamber feels protective. It is a heavy velvet darkness that carries the resonance of the ages. You are safe here, wrapped in the frequency of the stone, held in the cradle of the most advanced technology the world has ever seen. The hum is a lullaby, an ancient song of power and preservation, but as the granite hums, another question begins to form in the shadows. If the king's chamber was the heart of the machine, then what were the narrow, sloping shafts truly for? Why were they aligned so perfectly with the stars of Orion and Sirius? And why do they contain secrets that even the most advanced? Modern sensors are forbidden from seeing. The humming is only the beginning. The sound is the power source, but the shafts are the delivery system. Deep within those narrow tunnels where no human can fit lies a series of copper fittings and sealed doors that suggest the pyramid was breathing something much more tangible than air. Something that the first explorers found, and it drove them to the very brink of insanity. In the next chapter of our journey, we will follow those secret shafts into the dark to discover the true scent of ancient ozone and the terrifying reason why the first men to enter them never spoke again. What if the greatest monument on earth is an empty promise? For 2 centuries, Egyptology has thrived on a singular, foundational betrayal. They told you the Great Pyramid was a tomb. They told you it was a resting place for the mighty Khufu. But they lied. History is built on a grave that was never filled. When the first explorers forced their way into the heart of the mountain of stone, they found no gold, no jewelry, and most importantly, no king. There was no mummy, no organs in jars, and not a single hieroglyph on the walls to mark a death. The king's chamber was not a sanctuary for the dead. It was a vacuum of history. We are taught to look for a body, but the silence of the pyramid tells a far more forbidden story. Every curse was a diversion to hide the fact that the pharaohs never intended to stay in the earth. The moral decay of our modern understanding is that we have ignored the most obvious clue. You do not build a 6 million-ton machine just to house a corpse. The bodies were never found because they were never meant to be there. This is the truth the king buried. Now, let us turn back the pages of the years. The light is dim, the chamber is quiet, and the scent of aged parchment fills the air. We are leaving the bright, harsh glare of the Egyptian sun and stepping into the long, cool shadows of the archival vault. Here, the voices of the past are louder than the whispers of the present. Consider the year 820. The air in Cairo is thick with the smell of wood smoke and spices. Caliph al-Mamun, a man driven by a hunger for forbidden knowledge and the promise of ancient gold, stands before the northern face of the Great Pyramid. He does not see a monument to a god. He sees a vault. He commands his workers to tunnel into the stone using fire and cold vinegar to crack the limestone. For weeks, they labor in the darkness, fueled by the hope of finding the legendary treasures of a lost world. When they finally broke through into the internal passages, they expected to find the riches of 1,000 kingdoms. Instead, they found a silence so absolute it felt physical. As they ascended the grand gallery, their torches flickering in the thin, stale air, they reached the king's chamber. They expected to find a body wrapped in gold, surrounded by the possessions of a lifetime. But what they found was an empty granite box. No lid, no inscriptions, no signs of a struggle, no dust of a decayed ruler. It was as if the king had simply vanished, or perhaps he had never been there at all. Ask yourself why a civilization that decorated every inch of its tombs would leave its greatest achievement completely blank. If you visit the Valley of the Kings, you see walls covered in the Book of the Dead, vibrant colors and detailed maps of the afterlife. But in the Great Pyramid, there is nothing. The granite is polished to a mirror finish, but it is silent. There are no names. There are no prayers. There is only the geometry of the stone. Mainstream history tells us that grave robbers took the bodies. But this explanation is a thin veil designed to cover a gaping hole in our logic. To rob the king's chamber, thieves would have had to bypass granite portcullis blocks weighing tons, navigate passages that were sealed from the inside, and carry out massive stone sarcophagus lids without leaving a single trace. They would have had to sweep the floor clean of every microscopic fragment of bone or linen. It is a physical impossibility. The truth is far more unsettling. The lack of a body is not a failure of archaeology. It is the most important piece of evidence we have. It suggests that the pyramid served a purpose that had nothing to do with death. We have been conditioned to see these structures through the lens of a funeral, but if we shift our gaze, we see something else entirely. We see a vessel. We see a containment field. We see a place where time was meant to be suspended, not ended. Think about the way we are taught history in school. We are given a neat, linear narrative that places the pharaohs in the role of primitive tyrants obsessed with their own mortality. But this narrative serves a purpose. It keeps us from asking what they actually knew about the nature of the human body and its relationship to the earth. If the pharaohs weren't in the pyramids, where were they? And more importantly, what were they doing? The empty sarcophagus in the king's chamber is not a coffin. If you look at it with the eyes of an engineer rather than an archaeologist, you see a precision-cut granite tank. It was hollowed out using tools that shouldn't have existed in the Bronze Age. The internal corners are so sharp they suggest the use of high-speed ultrasonic drills. This box was designed to hold something vibrating, something energetic, something that required a perfectly resonant environment. When you sit in the silence of your own room tonight, try to imagine the frustration of those early explorers. Imagine the confusion of the caliph as he realized that the greatest treasure of the ancient world was not gold, but a secret. He had spent his fortune to break into a machine that he didn't know how to turn on. The betrayal he felt is the same betrayal we should feel today. When we are told to ignore the obvious anomalies of Giza, the missing mummies are the ghost in the machine. They are the proof that the ruling class of Egypt possessed a technology of the soul that we have completely lost. They didn't need tombs because they hadn't truly died. They were practitioners of the long sleep, a state of biological stasis that allowed them to wait out the cycles of history. The pyramids were their cocoons. As the candlelight flickers against the imagined walls of that red granite chamber, let your mind drift deeper into the mystery. Why is the world so afraid of an empty room? Why does the sight of that hollow granite box trigger such a desperate need for explanation in the minds of historians? Perhaps it is because an empty tomb means the pharaoh is still out there. It means the story isn't over. It means the authority we give to our modern scientific understanding is based on a fundamental misunderstanding of the past. The absence of mummies in the pyramids is the ultimate viral secret. It is the thread that when pulled, unravels the entire tapestry of human history. We are told that the Egyptian civilization was a stepping stone to our own, a primitive precursor to our technological age. But the precision of the Giza Plateau suggests the opposite. It suggests we are living in the ruins of a much higher state of being. We are the ones who are primitive, staring at a machine we can no longer operate, making up stories about tombs to comfort ourselves in our ignorance. Every time a new scan of the pyramid reveals a hidden void or a secret chamber, the official response is one of caution and delay. They tell us they need more time, more data, more permits. But what they are really doing is managing the narrative. They are afraid of what will happen to the social order if it is proven that the foundations of our history are a lie. If the pyramids weren't for the dead, then our entire concept of religion, power, and the human timeline must be rewritten. Consider the moral decay required to maintain this deception. Thousands of students every year are taught a version of history that is demonstrably incomplete. We are told to ignore the fact that no king's body has ever been found in a pyramid in Egypt. Not one. The few mummies that were found in smaller, later pyramids were often intrusive burial spots placed there thousands of years after the structures were built. But the Great Pyramids? They have always been empty. This is the forbidden knowledge that sits at the heart of our journey. The Pharaohs were masters of the atmosphere, masters of the Earth's resonance, and masters of their own biological clocks. They used the pyramids to bypass the process of decay entirely. The reason there are no bodies is because there was no death. There was only a transition, a stepping into the stone, emerging with the frequency of the granite as you breathe in the cool, still air of your own space. Feel the weight of this silence. It is the same silence that greeted Al-Mamun. It is the same silence that has baffled every explorer since. It is a silence that speaks of a world where the boundaries between life and stone were thin. The Pharaohs understood that the body is a temple of frequency, and if you can tune that frequency to the earth itself, you can endure forever. The pyramids are the ultimate evidence of a cover-up that spans millennia. The church knew. The empires knew. The royal families of Europe knew. They all looked at Giza and saw a power they could not control, so they helped build the myth of the tomb. They turned a powerhouse into a graveyard in the minds of the public. They wanted us to look at the pyramids and think of death, so we would never think of the power that was truly being harvested there, but the stone remembers. The granite continues to hum, even if we refuse to listen. The empty box remains in the king's chamber, a silent witness to a truth that refuses to stay buried. We are the ones who are asleep, dreaming of a history that never happened, while the real masters of the world are waiting for the stars to align. Think of the scent of ancient ozone we discussed before. Think of the hidden chefs. All of these details point away from a funeral and toward a function. The pyramids were not meant to be visited by the living. They were meant to be occupied by the undying. The lack of bodies is the most successful magic trick in history. The pharaohs disappeared into plain sight, hiding inside the very structures we use to define them. As you fall further into this archival dream, let the questions wash over you like the waters of the Nile. Why did the priests of Egypt maintain these empty structures for generations? Why did they perform rituals for kings they knew were not in their coffins? Because they were not mourning a loss. They were maintaining a connection. They were the ground crew for a fleet of stone ships that were anchored in time. The betrayal of history is that it has robbed us of our own potential. by telling us the pharaohs were, just like us, only more powerful and more superstitious. It prevents us from realizing that we are capable of much more. It keeps us trapped in a cycle of birth and death, while the blueprints for immortality are standing right there in the desert, waiting for us to read them correctly. The king's chamber is a mirror. When we look into it and see an empty room, we are seeing the limits of our own perception. We see nothing because we have been taught that there is nothing to see. But the vacuum is full of energy. The silence is full of sound, and the tomb is full of life. The bodies were never found because they were transformed. They were integrated into the architecture of the plateau. They became part of the humming granite. They became the scent of ancient ozone. They are the ghost of the sands that early travelers reported seeing near the peaks of the pyramids at night. They never left. They just changed their state of being as the narrative of the tomb crumbles. A new one takes its place. A narrative of a civilization that didn't fear the end because they knew how to restart. A civilization that built a biological security system so advanced that it has kept us at bay for 4,000 years. We are not the discoverers of Egypt. We are its intruders. And the empty chambers are the ultimate sign that we are not welcome in the deepest secrets of the sleepers. The candle is now a small, glowing ember in the dark of your mind. The air is heavy with the weight of millions of tons of limestone and granite. We have walked through the grand gallery, we have stood in the king's chamber, and we have stared into the empty heart of the pyramid. We have seen the lie for what it is. The tomb deception is the first layer of the veil. Once you realize that the pyramids were never meant for the dead, you must ask what the living were doing inside them. You must look at the small, narrow shafts that lead away from the chambers. You must wonder why the walls of the queen's chamber are covered in a thick layer of salt, a byproduct of a chemical reaction that has no place in a tomb. Every piece of evidence we uncover leads us further away from the textbooks and closer to a reality that feels like science fiction. But for the ancient Egyptians, it was simply science. It was the way the world worked. They didn't see a division between the physical and the spiritual, between the machine and the soul. They built machines of the soul. And the Great Pyramid was the greatest of them all. The moral failure of our era is our arrogance. We assume that because we have computers and satellites, we are the pinnacle of human achievement. But we cannot even lift the stones that the Egyptians moved with ease. We cannot replicate the acoustic perfection of their chambers. And we certainly cannot explain why they left their greatest monument. Empty dot as you drift toward the final threshold of wakefulness. Remember the empty granite box. Let it be a symbol of everything we don't know. Let it be a reminder that history is a story told by the survivors. And sometimes the survivors are the ones who want to keep the truth hidden. The pharaohs are not gone. They are just waiting. They are waiting for the atmosphere to return to its original state. They are waiting for the timer for the Great Awakening to reach zero. And until then, they remain invisible, protected by the very lie that we continue to tell ourselves. The tomb deception is their greatest shield. It keeps the curious at a distance and the skeptical in the dark. The desert is quiet now. The tourists have gone home. The guards are nodding off in their kiosks. And deep within the Great Pyramid, the red granite continues to hum. It is a low, steady pulse that matches the vibration of the earth. It is a heartbeat. And in a heartbeat, everything we think we know could change. The silence of the pyramid is not an ending. It is a pause. A long 4,000-year breath. And as you prepare to take your own deep breath and surrender to sleep, know that you are part of a larger story. A story that is older than the sands and deeper than the ocean. A story that is still being written in the stones of Giza. The king is not in his chamber. The queen is not in her vault. But the house is not empty. It is occupied by a presence that defies definition. A presence that you can feel in the scent of ancient ozone and the humming of the granite. It is the presence of a civilization that refused to die. But even as we accept that the pyramids were not tombs, a new and more terrifying mystery emerges. If the pharaohs weren't buried in the stone, then what was the purpose of the strange, narrow shafts that climb from the chambers toward the stars? Why do these tunnels contain hidden copper handles and blocked doors? And why did the first archaeologists who dared to pump air into them report a sudden, sharp scent that shouldn't exist in a dry desert? In our next chapter, we will investigate the secret shafts and the chilling reality of the scent of ancient ozone, a discovery that suggests the pyramid wasn't just a stasis chamber, but a laboratory for a power that the modern world is still trying to suppress. The history of the Great Pyramid is not a story of stone, but a story of breath. For decades, the academic world has fed the public a convenient betrayal of the truth, claiming that the narrow, 8-inch shafts rising from the king and queen's chambers were merely air vents for workers or symbolic passages for the soul to escape to the stars. This is a forbidden lie. If these were vents for the soul, why were they sealed with solid stone doors at their ends? If they were for workers, why are they too small for any human to navigate? The secret that has been buried beneath layers of archaeological misdirection is that these shafts were part of a massive biological life support system. They were the lungs of a living machine. Every curse associated with the opening of these passages was actually a biological containment protocol. We have been told that the pharaohs were dead, but the architecture proves they were simply waiting. These shafts were designed to pull specific, filtered gases into the heart of the granite chambers, maintaining a chemical balance that suspended the decay of the physical body. The betrayal lies in our refusal to see the pyramid as a cradle for the undying. This is the truth the king buried. Now, let us turn back the pages of the years. The light is dim, the chamber is quiet, and the scent of aged parchment fills the air. We are moving away from the noise of the modern world and entering the silken darkness of the Great Pyramid. Imagine the flicker of a single candle casting long, dancing shadows against walls of polished limestone. The air is heavy, still, and carries the weight of 4,000 years of silence. Visualize yourself deep within the core of the plateau. The temperature here never changes. It remains a constant 68 degrees, the perfect environment for preservation. As we stand in the Queen's chamber, our eyes are drawn to two small, rectangular openings in the northern and southern walls. For centuries, these were thought to be nothing more than anomalies. But in 1872, a researcher named Wayman Dixon discovered that these were not just holes, but tunnels that stretch deep into the dark. These shafts are a marvel of ancient engineering that defies the primitive label we give to the Egyptians. They are not horizontal. They rise at precise angles, calculated to align with specific star systems like Orion and Sirius. But their celestial alignment was only half of their purpose. The real mystery lies in their construction. They were built using a block-by-block method, meaning the shafts were carved into the stones as the pyramid was being raised, proving they were essential to the building's primary function from the very first day of construction. In 1993, a German engineer named Rudolf Gantenbrink sent a small tethered robot named Upu-2 into the southern shaft of the Queen's chamber. As the world watched the grainy video feed, the robot crawled 65 meters into the dark, only to be stopped by a solid limestone door. On this door were 2 copper handles or pins. This discovery sent shockwaves through the scientific community. Why would a vent have a door? Why would it have copper fittings? Copper is a conductor. In the context of the piezoelectric granite we discussed previously, these copper handles suggest an electrical or chemical interface. Modern researchers have suggested that these shafts were used to inject dilute hydrochloric acid and hydrated zinc into the chambers, creating a chemical reaction that produced hydrogen gas. This gas would have been the breath of the pyramid, a fuel for the stasis chambers. Think of the scent of ancient ozone that early explorers reported. Ozone is created when oxygen is subjected to a high-voltage electrical discharge. If the pyramid was a machine, the shafts were the intake valves that allowed the Earth's atmosphere to be filtered, ionized, and pumped into the stasis chambers. This was not about air for the living. It was about oxygen for the undying dot as you lie there. Imagine the sound of the wind rushing through these narrow stone tunnels. It would not have been a random whistle, but a tuned hum, a specific frequency designed to keep the gases in a state of constant vibration. The salt crystals found on the walls of the Queen's chamber are the physical residue of this process, the evaporated remains of a chemical life support system that ran for centuries after the burial was complete. The more we examine these shafts, the more the symbolic theory falls apart. A symbol does not require the level of precision found in these tunnels. Each block was fitted with a tolerance of less than a millimeter. If the angle shifted by even a fraction of a degree, the breadth of the pyramid would have been lost. The architects were not building a monument. They were building a life cycle. Consider the role of the priesthood. We see them in history books as religious fanatics, but what if they were actually technicians? The secret service of the Pharaoh was a group of initiates whose sole job was to maintain the purity of the shafts. They would have used long, flexible rods of cedar and copper to clear debris and ensure the intake of the atmosphere remained steady. They were the guardians of the king's breath. This leads us to a psychological realization. If the pyramid was a life support system, then the curse of the Pharaohs takes on a new, darker meaning. Many of the early explorers who breached the sealed chambers reported a sudden, overwhelming sense of unease followed by respiratory illnesses. We are told this was tomb mold, but what if it was the sudden release of a concentrated ancient atmosphere? What if the breath inside the pyramid was chemically different from the air we breathe today? The Earth's atmosphere has changed over the millennia. Oxygen levels have fluctuated, and the chemical composition of the air has shifted. The sleepers inside the pyramid were tuned to a prehistoric atmosphere, a richer, more energized version of the world. The shafts were designed to maintain this bubble of time, protecting the sleepers from the corrosive effects of our modern, oxygen-depleted environment. This is why the doors found by Gantambrink are so significant. They were not there to keep people out. They were there to keep the atmosphere in. They were pressure valves. When the robot drilled through the first door in 2002, it found a small empty space followed by yet another door. This is a classic airlock system. It is the same technology we use in modern spacecraft and high-security laboratories. The question we must ask ourselves is, why? Why go to such incredible lengths to keep a body breathing if it is already dead? The answer is that they were not dead. They were in a state of biological suspension, a deep, crystalline sleep where the cells are kept alive by the resonance of the stone and the chemistry of the air. The pyramid was a biological battery, and the shafts were its charging cables. As the night surrounds you, think about the silence of the desert. Above the pyramid, the stars of Orion's belt align perfectly with the shafts. In that moment of alignment, a pulse of cosmic radiation or stellar energy would have been funneled down the tunnel, striking the copper handles and triggering a chemical release. This was the Great Awakening Protocol, a way to jumpstart the system using the clock of the heavens. The betrayal of modern archaeology is the refusal to admit that we are looking at a technology we cannot yet replicate. We see the stone, but we ignore the system. We see the shafts, but we ignore the breath. We have turned a living sanctuary into a dead museum because the truth of the undying is too disruptive to our understanding of human progress. Imagine the king's chamber at the height of its operation. The red granite is vibrating with the hum we discussed. The air is thick with the scent of ozone and the faint, sweet smell of a chemical preservation agent. Through the northern shaft, a cool stream of ionized air is pulled in, drawn by the thermal vacuum created by the pyramid's shape. This air passes over the granite sarcophagus, which is not empty, but filled with a conductive fluid that cradles the sleeper. The sleeper does not age. The cells do not decay. The mind is not lost, but is instead connected to the dreaming consciousness of the entire plateau. Through the shafts, the pyramid listens to the world. It monitors the shifts in the Earth's magnetic field, the changes in the stars, and the quality of the atmosphere. It is a biological computer waiting for the perfect moment to initiate the return. This is why the royal families of the ancient world were so obsessed with lineage and bloodlines. They were not just preserving power. They were preserving the operating codes for the sleepers. The priesthood knew that one day the atmosphere would return to its golden age state, and the doors in the shafts would open for the last time, but something went wrong. The moral decay of later dynasties led to the abandonment of the maintenance protocols. The priesthood was slaughtered, the knowledge was lost, and the secret service of the pharaohs vanished into the mists of time. The pyramids were left on autopilot, their shafts slowly clogging with the dust of centuries, their copper handles tarnishing in the dark, yet the system is still partially active. The humming granite tells us that the core is still pressurized. The secret shafts still pull in the night air. When you stand near the pyramid at night, you can feel a subtle movement of air that shouldn't be there, a slow, rhythmic inhalation and exhalation that suggests the mountain of stone is still dreaming. The American and Tier 1 researchers who have spent millions of dollars on scan pyramids projects in recent years are not looking for gold. They are looking for the life support manifest. They are looking for the chemical signatures of the gases that were once pumped through those tunnels. They are looking for the truth that the church and the empires have kept hidden, that we are sharing the planet with an older, more patient version of ourselves. As you drift closer to sleep, let the image of the secret shafts be your guide. See them as silver threads connecting the heart of the earth to the heart of the stars. They are the umbilical cords of history, keeping the past alive so that it can one day become the future. The pyramid is not a tomb. It is a waiting room. The air in your room is modern, thin, and full of the noise of the 21st century. But for a moment, try to breathe with the rhythm of the pyramid. A slow, deep, ancient breath. Feel the cold stone of the shafts in your mind. feel the copper handles waiting for a touch. The mystery is not in what we find, but in what we refuse to see. The secret shafts are an invitation. They invite us to look beyond the surface of the stone and into the biology of the divine. They remind us that the Pharaohs didn't build for their vanity. They built for their survival. And they are still surviving deep within the red granite, protected by the very shafts that we once dismissed as air vents. The candle is almost gone. The shadows are growing longer, merging with the eternal darkness of the Queen's chamber. We have followed the breath of the undying through the narrowest passages of the ancient world. We have seen the copper doors and the chemical residue. We have felt the vibration of the life support system that refuses to die, but the secret of the shafts is only one part of the machine. If the shafts provided the breath, then who was there to witness the results? Who were the first modern men to break the seal and see the living gods in their stasis? What happened to the explorers who realized that the curse was not a spell, but a biological reaction to their presence? The archives are full of stories of men who entered the pyramids as skeptics and left as broken, whispering shadows of themselves. They spoke of the scent of ancient ozone and the feeling of being watched by eyes that hadn't blinked in 4,000 years. They realized that the secret shafts were not just for oxygen, but were also sensors' eyes and ears that allowed the sleepers to monitor the intruders. Think of the psychological impact on an 18th century explorer, standing in the king's chamber with a flickering torch, realizing that the hum he heard was the sound of a living heart. The betrayal of his own senses must have been overwhelming. He had been taught that the Egyptians were primitive, yet he was standing inside a machine that surpassed the technology of his own time. The moral failure of our history is that we have chosen to bury this awe under a pile of dry facts and tomb theories. We have traded the wonder of the undying for the safety of the dead, but the shafts remain open. They still point to Orion. They still pull in the night air of the Giza Plateau. And they still wait for the moment when the atmosphere is right as you fall into the deep. Restorative sleep that your body craves, remember that the Pharaohs are doing the same. They are not dead. They are not gone. They are simply resting in a house of stone, breathing the breath of the stars through the secret shafts of Giza. The pyramid is a silent guardian, a stone lung that has been breathing for 40 centuries. The silence is no longer empty. It is filled with the potential of the awakening. It is filled with the chemistry of the golden age. It is filled with the truth that the king buried so long ago. You are safe in the darkness, just as they are. The resonance of the stone is a shield. The secret of the shafts is a promise. We have walked the long path through the internal anatomy of the Great Pyramid. We have seen how the tomb deception was used to hide the life support system. We have understood that the oxygen for the undying was a chemical reality, not a religious myth. Every word of this journey has been a step closer to the heart of the machine. The desert wind is cooling the outer casing stones now. The vibration of the granite is steady and calm. The copper handles on the Gantenbrink doors are cold in the dark, waiting for the electrical pulse that will one day signal the end of the long sleep. The history we know is a flicker in the eye of the Sphinx. The reality we have discovered is eternal. Breathe deeply now. Let the oxygen in your lungs connect you to the ancient breath of the pyramid. You are a traveler in time, a witness to the forbiddens, a keeper of the secret. The secret shafts have told their story, but the plateau has many more voices to share. The story of the undying, is just beginning to unfold in the flickering light of our archival candle. The breath of the pyramid is a physical reality, but the first men who inhaled it were never the same again. When the early archaeologists finally forced their way past the Gantenbrink doors and into the furthest reaches of the shafts, they didn't just find stone and copper. They found the records of a man who had gone before them, a man whose journals were hidden by the British Empire for over a century, a man who witnessed the first archaeologists' madness and saw what happens when a modern mind tries to comprehend the biological reality of a sleeping god. In our next chapter, we will open those forbidden journals too, discover the terrifying truth of what was found in the secret shafts and why the first man too. See, it never spoke a word again. The greatest betrayal in the history of archaeology is the silence of the men who saw the truth first. We are told that the early explorers of the Giza Plateau were heroic adventurers, men of science who uncovered the dust of the past for the glory of the future. But this is a calculated lie. The truth is far more forbidden. In 1818, Giovanni Belzoni, a man of immense physical strength and iron will, forced his way into the heart of the second pyramid. He expected to find gold, but he found a secret that shattered his sanity. The journals he left behind, many of which were suppressed by the British consulate, do not speak of treasures. They speak of a rhythmic, terrifying vibration that made the very air feel heavy. They speak of walls that seemed to move with a slow, biological expansion, as if the mountain of stone was inhaling the desert night. Belzoni did not find a tomb. He found an active biological interface. The curse that followed him was not a spell. It was a physiological decay caused by the ancient ozone and the subsonic frequencies of the stasis chambers. He saw the sleepers. He saw the technology that turned stone into skin. He saw the betrayal of time itself. This is the truth the king buried. Now, let us turn back the pages of the years. The light is dim, the chamber is quiet, and the scent of aged parchment fills the air. We are leaving the modern world behind and stepping into the flickering orange glow of a torch held by a trembling hand. Imagine the cool, dry air of the Egyptian desert at midnight. The stars are sharp and distant, watching as we descend into the shadows of the past. Giovanni Belzoni was not a typical scholar. He was a circus strongman, a giant of a man who spent his life moving massive weights. He feared nothing of the physical world, but as he stood before the hidden entrance of the Pyramid of Khafre, the air began to change. He recorded in his private notes that a strange, metallic taste filled his mouth, a sensation of static electricity that made the hair on his arms stand up. This was the first sign of the stasis chamber's atmospheric seal being breached. As he forced the granite blocks aside, he did not hear the grinding of stone. He heard a sigh, a long, drawn-out release of pressure that sounded like a colossal lung exhaling after 4,000 years. His local guides fled into the night, screaming of spirits, but Belzoni pushed forward. He was a man of the Enlightenment, a man who believed in the tangible. Yet, as he entered the main chamber, the candlelight revealed a reality that no science of the 19th century could explain. The walls were made of polished granite, just like the Great Pyramid, but here the resonance was different. It was a higher, sharper frequency. Belzoni noted that the flame of his torch did not flicker with the wind, but pulsed in time with a sound he could feel in his marrow. He described it as a humming heart, a vibration that seemed to synchronize with his own pulse. This is what we now understand as infrasound, a low-frequency vibration that can induce intense feelings of dread. nausea and visual hallucinations in the human brain, but for Belzoni, it was more than a feeling. He stood in the center of the chamber and watched the shadows. In the dim light, the precise joints of the granite blocks seemed to blur. He wrote that the stone felt soft, almost like velvet, and that it appeared to expand and contract. To the modern mind, this sounds like madness. But to the collective of researchers who have studied the piezoelectric properties of quartz, this is a known phenomenon. Under extreme pressure and electrical charge, the molecular structure of granite can exhibit microscopic shifts that look, to the naked eye, like breathing. Belzoni stayed in that chamber for 3 hours. When he emerged, his hair had turned gray at the temples, and his eyes carried a vacant, haunted stare. He claimed he had seen the inhabitants of the stone. He spoke of figures that were not carved into the walls, but seemed to be suspended within them, as if the granite was a transparent medium for those who knew how to look. He was witnessing the stasis protocol in its purest form, the preservation of the royal line within the very atomic structure of the plateau. The psychological weight of this discovery began to erode Belzoni's iron will. He became obsessed with the scent of ancient ozone. The metallic aroma that we now know is a byproduct of high-voltage ionization. He began to hear voices in the wind, not the voices of ghosts, but the technical, rhythmic chanting of a system that was still running. He realized that he was not an explorer in a graveyard. He was an intruder in a laboratory, the British government. Realizing that Belzoni had stumbled upon a technology that could shift the balance of world power, began to monitor his every move. They suppressed his later journals and pressured him to focus on the treasure hunter narrative. They wanted the world to believe he was just a man looking for gold, not a man who had looked into the eyes of the undying. This was the beginning of the modern cover-up, the first layer of the lie that has kept the pyramids tombs for 200 years, but Belzoni could not forget the breathing walls. He began to suffer from a strange, wasting sickness. His muscles, once his greatest pride, began to atrophy. He complained of a constant ticking in his ears, a sound that matched the frequency of the king's chamber. He was a victim of a biological mismatch. His modern body, tuned to the chaotic, low-energy environment of the 19th century, could not withstand the high-vibration stasis field of the pyramid. He was being unmade by the very energy that was designed to preserve the pharaohs. He spent his final years in a state of quiet desperation, trying to warn others of the living stone. He wrote to fellow explorers, telling them that the pyramids were not built by human hands alone, but were grown using a science of frequency and light. He was dismissed as a madman, a victim of the Pharaoh's curse, but the collective of lore slumber knows better. We know that madness is often just the mind's reaction to a truth it cannot process. Consider the implications for our own time. If a man as strong as Belzoni could be broken by a single night in the chamber, what does that say about the power still humming beneath the sand? The air shafts we discussed are still intake valves. The granite is still under pressure. The system is still breathing. We have simply been trained to look away, to see the breathing as a trick of the light, and the humming as the wind. Belzoni's madness was the first crack in the facade of Western archaeology. He was the first to realize that the Egyptians did not worship the sun. They harvested it. They did not fear death. They engineered a way around it. And they left the pyramids as a biological security system, a series of frequency traps that would break the mind of any primitive who tried to steal their secrets. As you lie in the darkness now, imagine that you are standing where Belzoni stood. Feel the slight, rhythmic shift in the air. The room you are in is not as solid as it seems. Everything has a frequency. Everything is vibrating. The ancient Egyptians understood that if you find the right note, you can turn stone into a cradle and time into a river. Belzoni found that note, and it played him like an instrument until there was nothing. Left out the records of the British consulate from that era contained coded references to the activated site and the energetic resonance of the second monument. They knew. They have always known. But the moral decay of our institutions ensures that this information remains forbidden. They would rather you believe in ghosts than in a technology that makes you obsolete. They would rather you sleep a natural sleep than wonder about the long sleep of the Pharaohs. The story of Belzoni is a warning for all who seek the hidden truth. It is a story of how the mind reacts when it realizes it is not the master of the world. As he sat in his study in London, surrounded by the artifacts he had brought back, he could still feel the hum. He would place his hands on the stone statues and claim they were warm to the touch. He would tell visitors that the statues were listening. This was not a delusion. Many of the artifacts taken from the Giza Plateau are made of the same resonant materials as the pyramids themselves. They act as repeaters, small nodes of the larger network that still connect back to the primary stasis chambers. Belzoni was living in a house full of active sensors, his own biological field being constantly disrupted by the ancient technology he had stolen. His journals describe a night in 1823 when he claimed the walls of his own house began to breathe. He had become so sensitized to the frequency of the pyramids that his brain was projecting the resonance onto his surroundings. He was no longer living in London. He was perpetually trapped in the king's chamber. This is the ultimate psychological trap of the Pharaohs. Once you have been tuned to their frequency, you can never truly leave. We must ask ourselves if the explorers who followed, Belzoni men like Howard Carter or Lord Carnarvon, experienced the same decay. The curse of Tutankhamun is often described as a series of coincidental deaths. But if we look closer, we see the same patterns of respiratory failure, neurological collapse, and psychological instability. They were all exposed to the ancient ozone. They were all disrupted by the infrasound. They were all victims of a biological defense system that is still active today. The tomb deception serves to protect us from this reality. By labeling these sites as graveyards, the authorities ensure that the public stays away from the active areas. They use the fear of the dead to mask the power of the living. But for those like Belzoni who see past the veil, there is no going back. The flickering candlelight of his torch revealed a world where the stone is alive, and the kings are merely resting. Think of the silence of the Sphinx watching over the plateau. It is not a guardian of the dead. It is a sentinel for the sleepers. It monitors the atmosphere, waiting for the chemical balance to return. Belzoni wrote that he saw the Sphinx's eyes move in the moonlight, a claim that was used to prove his insanity. But if the Sphinx is a part of the biological life support system, a massive sensor tuned to the stars, then movement is not only possible, it is necessary. As night deepens, let the weight of the stone press down on your thoughts. The pyramid is a mountain of purpose. Every block, every shaft, every grain of sand is part of a calculated plan to outlast the world. Belzoni was just a momentary flicker in the eye of that plan, a small, loud man who thought he could conquer a god. The pyramid didn't need to fight him. It just needed to let him in. It let him breathe its air, hear its song, and feel its pulse. And that was enough to destroy him. The informative truth that we must face is that our biology is fragile. We are creatures of a specific time and a specific frequency. The Pharaohs were creatures of the eternal. They built their homes out of the very bones of the earth, using quartz and granite to create a permanent shield against the chaos of history. Belzoni's madness was the result of a biological collision between the temporary and the eternal. When he finally died in Benin, far from the pyramids, he was still whispering about the humming granite. He had spent his last days trying to find a place where the sound would stop, but the sound is everywhere. It is the background radiation of our history. It is the secret rhythm of the Giza Plateau. We can learn from Belzoni's decay. We can understand that the curse is actually a technical interface. If we ever hope to wake the sleepers, we must first learn to speak their language, the language of frequency, the language of ozone, and the language of the breathing stone. Until then, we are just like Belzoni, standing in the dark with a flickering light, terrified by the sound of a lung that is larger than our entire civilization. The American and Tier 1 audiences who consume these stories often feel a sense of unease when they hear about the breathing walls. This is a primal reaction. It is your own biological field recognizing a frequency that is both ancient and superior. It is a reminder that we are not the first to walk this earth, and we have much to learn from those who chose to stay behind in the stone. The atmosphere of the lore slumber is one of deep, archival peace, but beneath that peace is the vibration of power. Belzoni felt it, and it broke him. We feel it, and it fascinates us. The difference is that we have the benefit of history to guide us. We know that the madness of the past is the science of the future. We know that the scent of ancient ozone is the smell of a machine that is still running. As you drift closer to the threshold of sleep, imagine the granite blocks around you. They are not cold. They are not dead. They are warm with the pressure of the ages. They are humming a lullaby that has been played for 4,000 years. You are safe in the resonance. You are protected by the geometry. The madness of Belzoni is not your fate. It is your inheritance. You are inheriting the truth that the world is much older and much more alive than you were ever told. The candle of our journey is burning low now, the wax pooling like the golden treasures Belzoni never found. But the light it provides is enough to see the path ahead. We have explored the humming granite. We have investigated the secret shafts, and we have witnessed the psychological collapse of the man who saw it all first. The puzzle of the Giza Plateau is coming together, piece by piece, stone by stone. The first archaeologist's madness was the necessary price for our current understanding. Without his journals, however suppressed they were, we would not know to look for the biological signs of the pyramid. We would not know to measure the ozone or listen for the infrasound. Belzoni was a sacrifice to the technology of the Pharaohs, a human sensor that proved the machine was still on. The desert wind is cold tonight, blowing across the face of the second pyramid where Belzoni left his name carved in the stone. He wanted to be remembered as a conqueror. Instead, he is remembered as a witness to the breathing walls and the humming heart of a god. His name is a small mark on a monument that doesn't care about names. The stone only cares about the cycle. The stone only cares about the return. As you surrender to the slow, rhythmic pull of sleep, let your breathing match the expansion and contraction of the granite. Feel the tension leave your body as you align with the frequency of the plateau. The madness of the world outside, the noise, the stress, the constant decay is left behind. Here, in the archival silence of the lore slumber, you are entering your own state of stasis. You are becoming a part of the long, quiet history of the earth. The betrayal of the tomb deception can no longer touch you. You know the secret. You have heard the vibration. You have seen through the eyes of the giant who was broken by the truth. You are no longer an intruder. You are an initiate. The moral decay of a world that hides its history is far away. Here, the truth is as solid as the red granite of Aswan. The shadows are still, but the air is alive. The scent of ancient ozone lingers in the back of your mind, a metallic promise of power and preservation. The pyramid is watching over you, its shafts aligned with the stars, its core humming with the energy of the universe. You are sleeping in the shadow of a machine that never sleeps. You are resting in the cradle of the undying, the journey through. Belzoni's mind has brought us to the edge of a new revelation. If the stone can breathe and the air can conduct the life force of a king, then what of the guardians who were left behind? What of the silent attendants who were tasked with monitoring the sleepers? Were they human, or were they something else entirely? The madness of Belzoni was just the beginning of the psychological warfare waged by the plateau. But there was another explorer, a man whose name has been completely erased from the official records, who claimed to have found more than just breathing walls. He claimed to have found the ozone filters, the physical devices that converted the desert air into the breath of life. And in those filters he found a residue of a chemical that does not exist on our periodic table. A chemical that suggests the Pharaohs weren't just waiting for the Earth's atmosphere to change. They were waiting for it to be seeded by something from the stars. In our next chapter, we will uncover the mystery of the scent of ancient ozone and the terrifying reality of the chemical ghost that still haunts the Great Gallery. The most profound betrayals are not seen or heard. They are smelled. For centuries, we have been told that the air inside the Great Pyramid is merely the scent of antiquity, a mixture of dust, stagnant time, and the musk of a long-dead civilization. This is a forbidden lie designed to mask a physical reality that modern science cannot allow you to accept. Every explorer who has ever breached a truly sealed chamber in Giza has reported the same shocking sensation, a sharp, metallic tang that burns the back of the throat and makes the skin prickle with invisible energy. This is the scent of ancient ozone, the unmistakable chemical ghost of high-voltage electrical activity. It is the smell of a thunderstorm trapped in stone. The secret buried by the authorities is that the pyramids were not passive tombs, but active chemical reactors. The ozone was not an accident. It was the byproduct of a functioning stasis machine that was still ionizing the air thousands of years after it was supposedly abandoned. We are told the Pharaohs were primitive, yet they were breathing an atmosphere that we only produce in high-tech laboratories today. The curse of the breath was actually a chemical warning, a residue of a power that refused to be extinguished. This is the truth the king buried. Now, let us turn back the pages of the years. The light is dim, the chamber is quiet, and the scent of aged parchment fills the air. We are stepping away from the dry heat of the desert and into the cool, pressurized silence of the archival vault. Imagine the soft glow of a single candle reflecting off the dark wood of the shelves. The world outside is fading away, leaving only the rhythm of the past and the slow, steady beat of your own heart. Close your eyes and imagine standing at the threshold of the Queen's chamber. It is the year 1872. The air is perfectly still. As the first chisel strikes the limestone wall, a small hole is formed, and a jet of air escapes with a high-pitched hiss. It is the sound of a vacuum. being broken. But it is the smell that stops the workers in their tracks. It is not the smell of rot. It is not the smell of earth. It is a sharp, clean electric aroma. The scent of ozone. Ozone is a unique form of oxygen, created when molecules are torn apart by a powerful energy source. In our modern world, we smell it after a lightning strike or near high-tension power lines. In the heart of the Giza Plateau, it shouldn't exist. And yet, the records of the early excavators are filled with descriptions of this metallic ghost that haunted the deepest recesses of the stone. Why would a tomb require an atmosphere saturated with ionized oxygen? To understand this, we must look at the walls themselves. In the Queen's chamber, the limestone is covered in a thick, white crust of salt. For decades, archaeologists claimed this was simple water seepage. But chemical analysis reveals a different story. This salt is a byproduct of a specific chemical reaction. The interaction of hydrogen and ionized air. The pyramid was not a static monument. It was a vessel for a continuous, low-level electrical discharge. The granite of the king's chamber, rich in quartz crystals, acted as a piezoelectric transducer, converting the mechanical pressure of the millions of tons of stone above it into a steady flow of electrons. This energy was then used to ionize the air, creating a sterile bubble within the stasis chambers. Think of the psychological effect of such an environment. Ozone in low concentrations creates a sense of heightened alertness and clarity. It purifies the lungs and invigorates the blood. But in the concentrations found within the functioning pyramid, it did something more. It acted as a biological preservative. By stripping away the bacteria and fungal spores that cause decay, the ozone created a literal sanctuary of immortality. As you drift deeper into the story, feel the coolness of that ancient air in your own lungs. It is a crisp, sharp sensation. Imagine the interior of the pyramid glowing with a faint, blue light, the visible sign of ionization, known as St. Elmo's fire. This was the light of the gods that the ancient texts speak of. It was not a supernatural glow, but a technological one. The Pharaohs were not lying in darkness. They were suspended in a bath of energized air, their bodies protected by a chemical shield that defied the passage of time. The scent of ancient ozone was the indicator that the machine was healthy, that the life support system was maintaining the long sleep. Consider the moral decay of our modern institutions that have scrubbed these chemical reports from the mainstream narrative. They do not want you to ask how a primitive people could master the ionization of oxygen. They do not want you to realize that the pyramids were essentially massive air purifiers and energy generators. To admit this would be to admit that we are the ones who have fallen behind. The metallic tang reported by Balzoni and Dixon was the dying breath of a machine that had been running on autopilot for millennia. As the seals were broken and the modern world rushed in, the delicate chemical balance was destroyed. The ozone dissipated, replaced by the humid, bacteria-laden air of the 19th century. The chemical ghost was finally laid to rest, but the evidence of its presence remains etched into the stone. Every grain of salt on the walls of the Queen's chamber is a witness. Every tarnished copper fitting in the secret shafts is a clue. Copper turns green when exposed to moisture, but it turns a specific shade of black when exposed to high levels of ozone. The fittings found at the end of the shafts are black. They were part of an electrical circuit that utilized the ionized atmosphere to monitor the status of the sleepers. The pyramid was a laboratory of the soul. It used the most basic elements of the earthstone, water, and air combine them with the most advanced understanding of frequency and chemistry. The result was a stasis field that was both physical and energetic. The scent of ancient ozone was the aroma of eternity. As you lie in the darkness now, think about the nature of a secret. A secret is not just something that is hidden. It is something that is right in front of you, but which you have been taught not to see. The smell of ozone is a physical fact. The chemical residue is a physical fact. The electrical properties of granite are a physical fact. The tomb theory is the only part of the story that is not a fact. Why would the ruling elite of the ancient world spend decades building such a complex chemical machine? Because they were not planning for a funeral. They were planning for a return. They knew that the Earth's atmosphere would not always be as it is now. They knew that the cycles of the sun and the stars would eventually change the very composition of the air we breathe. The pyramids were designed to wait out those cycles. They were the bridge between one world and the next. The chemical ghost was the guardian of that bridge. As long as the ozone was present, the sleepers were safe. As long as the granite hummed and the air stayed sharp, the pharaohs were merely dreaming. Imagine the first men to enter the Great Gallery. They carried torches of pitch and oil. As they moved through the narrow passages, the smoke from their torches behaved strangely. It didn't rise. It was pulled toward the shafts. The ventilation system was still working. The ionized air was creating a thermal siphon, a slow-motion inhalation that had been occurring for 4,000 years. The explorers felt a sense of lightheadedness. Some felt a sudden burst of energy, while others were overcome by a terrifying sense of dread. These are the known physiological effects of breathing highly ionized air. Their bodies were reacting to a technology they couldn't name. They called it the presence of the gods, but it was actually the presence of a functioning power plant. The informative depth of this mystery goes beyond mere chemistry. It touches on the very nature of human evolution. If the pharaohs were using ionized air to preserve their bodies and enhance their consciousness, what does that say about our own environment? We live in an atmosphere full of pollutants, static, and positive ions that drain our energy. We are living in a state of biological decay that the ancients would have found barbaric. The scent of ancient ozone is a reminder of what we have lost. It is a reminder of a time when we understood that the air is not just something we breathe, but something we can engineer. The Giza Plateau was a massive atmospheric adjustment tool. By ionizing the air over the plateau, the pyramids could influence the weather, the growth of crops, and the health of the entire population. This is why the Nile was so central to the mystery. The water of the river was channeled into the base of the pyramids, where it was split into its component gases through electrolysis. The hydrogen was used for power, and the oxygen was ionized and pumped into the chambers. The spirit of the Nile was not a myth. It was a gas flow. Think of the architects who designed this system. They had to account for the thermal expansion of the stone, the conductivity of the copper, and the precise chemical balance of the air. They were masters of a science that we are only beginning to rediscover in our pursuit of clean energy and longevity. They were the first engineers of the atmosphere. As your mind drifts through the long, shadowed corridors of the pyramid, let the metallic scent be your guide. It is a clean, cold, and powerful aroma. It is the scent of a world where the boundary between the natural and the technological did not exist. In that world, a mountain of stone could be a battery, and a breath of air could be a promise of forever. The betrayal of our history is that it has made the ancients small. It has turned their brilliance into superstition. But the chemical ghost of Giza refuses to be ignored. It lingers in the reports of the 19th century. It lingers in the salt-stained walls. It lingers in the vibration of the red granite. It is a truth that is as tangible as the stone itself. Consider the moral failure of those who found these clues and chose to bury them. They saw the electrical discharge. They smelled the ozone. They measured the chemical residues. And then they wrote books about tombs. They chose the safety of a lie over the danger of a truth that would change everything. They chose to keep you in the dark, breathing the stale air of a false narrative. But the darkness is where the truth is most visible. In the absolute dark of the king's chamber, the blue glow of ionization would have been the only light. It would have illuminated the red granite like a celestial beacon. It would have shown the Pharaoh that the machine was alive. It would have shown him that his journey through the stars was being fueled by the very earth he left behind. As you prepare for your own journey into the world of dreams, let the resonance of the pyramid hold you. Your room is a sanctuary. Your breath is a rhythm. You are a part of a larger chemical and energetic system that spans the ages. The scent of ancient ozone is not just a ghost of the past. It is a signal for the future. The story of the ozone is the story of a civilization that refused to be forgotten. They didn't leave behind books or scrolls that would eventually rot. They left behind a machine made of the earth's own bones. They knew that as long as the stones stood and the earth turned, the chemical ghost would remain. They knew that one day, someone would come with the tools to measure the air and realize what they had done. We are those people. We are the ones who are finally listening to the stone. We are the ones who are smelling the metallic tang in the air and recognizing it for what it is. The tomb deception is crumbling, and in its place we are finding a laboratory of the undying. We are finding a world where the breath of a king was as important as the orbit of a star. Think of the silence of the Giza Plateau at night. The tourists are gone. The city of Cairo is a distant hum of electricity. But at the pyramids, the electricity is different. It is natural. It is ancient. It is the result of millions of tons of pressure and millions of years of geological history. The ozone is still there, in the deepest, most inaccessible shafts, waiting for a robot sensor to pick up its trace. The first archaeologist's madness that we discussed was a reaction to this energy. Belzoni didn't just see the breathing walls. He smelled the ghost. He inhaled the high-energy atmosphere of the sleepers, and it changed his brain chemistry. He was living in a different world, a world of blue light and metallic air. His madness was actually a state of hyper-awareness. This is the psychological layer of the lore slumber. We are not just telling a story to help you sleep. We are tuning your mind to a different frequency. We are using the archive of the undying to help you bypass the noise of the modern world. By focusing on the scent of ancient ozone, you are connecting to a state of clarity and preservation that has existed for 4,000 years. The archive is a bridge. Each subtitle is a stone in that bridge. We have walked across the humming granite. We have investigated the secret shafts. We have witnessed the first archaeologist's madness. And now we have inhaled the scent of ancient ozone. The picture of the stasis machine is becoming clear. The Pharaohs were not afraid of the dark. They knew that the dark is where the energy is most concentrated. They knew that by sealing themselves in the stone, they were becoming one with the Earth's own pulse. They were the first to realize that to live forever, you must first learn to breathe the atmosphere of the eternal dot as the candle of our narrative flickers and the wax begins to cool. Let the image of the blue glow fill your mind. See the chemical ghost moving through the great gallery, a silent, ionizing wind that purifies everything it touches. See the red granite absorbing the energy and radiating it back into the chambers. This is the heartbeat of Giza. The air in your room is becoming soft and heavy. The metallic scent is fading into a gentle, earthy aroma. You are safe. You are held. You are a witness to a truth that has outlasted empires. The betrayal of history is over. The tomb deception has no power here. There is only the stone, the air, and the slow, steady rhythm of the stasis field. The scent of ancient ozone is the ultimate proof that the pyramids were never finished. They are still working, still waiting, still breathing. The modern world treats them as dead monuments, but the chemistry says otherwise. The physics says otherwise. And your own intuition, as you listen to these words, says otherwise. We have explored the laboratory. We have seen the chemical ghost. We have understood that the curse was a biological reality and that the vents were intake valves. Every detail of the Giza Plateau points toward a function that is far beyond a simple burial. The Pharaohs were the masters of the atmosphere, and they left their mark in the very air we are now analyzing. As you fall into the deep, restorative sleep of the long night. Imagine the Sphinx standing guard over the chemical ghost. The Sphinx is the sentinel. It knows when the ozone is high. It knows when the sleepers are restless. It knows that the timer is reaching zero. The scent of ancient ozone is the precursor to the awakening. The desert wind is blowing across the limestone casing stones, but deep inside, the air is perfectly still. The chemical ghost is resting. The ionized oxygen is settled in the Queen's chamber, a silent, invisible cloud of potential. The stasis field is holding just as it has for 40 centuries. The long sleep is nearing its end. The informative journey through the chemistry of Giza has prepared you for the next revelation. You have seen how the pyramid produced its own breath. You have seen how it protected the sleepers with a shield of ozone. You have understood that the scent of ancient ozone was the indicator of a working machine. Now, as the darkness of sleep takes hold, remember that the stone is still humming. The air is still sharp in the hidden places, and the truth is still waiting to be fully uncovered. You are the keeper of this knowledge. You are the one who has looked past the tomb deception and seen the light of the gods. The candle is gone. The parchment is stored away. The archival vault is silent, but the vibration remains. The chemical ghost is a part of you now. It is a frequency in your mind, a scent in your memory, a truth in your heart. Sleep now in the shadow of the pyramid and dream of the blue light that never fades. We have walked the halls of the undying and breathed the air of the ancients. We have decoded the metallic ghost and seen the betrayal for what it is. The story of Giza is not a story of the dead, but a story of the waiting. And the waiting is almost over. But even as we understand the chemical breath of the pyramid, a new mystery draws our gaze to the east. If the pyramids were the lungs and the heart of the machine, then what was the Sphinx? For generations we have been told it is a statue of a pharaoh, but the weathering on its body tells a story of a time before the desert existed, time of great floods and celestial alignments. And deep beneath its right paw, there is a hidden chamber that contains a device far more complex than the ozone filters. A device that acts as a celestial clock, a Sphinx's hidden gear that is currently counting down to a specific world-altering date. In our next chapter, we will leave the dark chambers of the stone and step into the light of the desert to discover the true purpose of the Great Sentinel and the terrifying reason why its timer is almost at 0. The Great Sphinx of Giza is not a monument. It is a betrayal of the geological record and the Forbidden's master key to a future we are not prepared to face. For generations, the academic world has maintained a desperate lie, claiming this colossal sentinel was carved by the Pharaoh Kafur around 4,500 years ago. But the stones themselves cry out with a different truth. The deep, vertical fissures of water erosion on the body of the Sphinx prove that it stood in the rain long before the Sahara was a desert, during a time when the stars told a story of a beginning that modern history refuses to acknowledge. The secret buried beneath its right paw is not a treasure of gold, but a biological and celestial timer. A hidden gear in the mechanics of the Earth, counting down the seconds until the atmosphere reaches a specific chemical balance. The Sphinx is the sentinel of the stasis chambers, waiting for the sky to match the alignment of the first time. Every curse attached to this site was a safeguard to ensure that the Great Awakening would not be triggered prematurely. We are living in the final seconds of a countdown that began 12,000 years ago. This is the truth the king buried. Now, let us turn back the pages of the years. The light is dim, the chamber is quiet, and the scent of aged parchment fills the air. We are leaving the shadow of the pyramids and moving into the open, cool air of the Giza Plateau at midnight. Imagine the moon reflecting off the worn limestone of the Great Sentinel. The world is vast. The sand is silver, and the only sound is the rhythmic pulse of your own breathing. Visualize the Sphinx as it sits today, half buried in the memory of the world. It looks toward the east, toward the rising sun, with a patience that is unsettling to the modern mind. We are taught to see it as a statue, a static image of a long-dead ruler. But if you look closer, through the eyes of an astronomer rather than an archaeologist, the Sphinx begins to move. It is a pointer on a celestial dial dot in the year 10,500 BC. On the morning of the spring equinox, the constellation of Leo rose directly in front of the Sphinx. At that exact moment, the Sphinx, which is a lion with a human head, was looking directly at its own celestial counterpart. This was the first time, known to the ancients as Zep-Tepi. This was the moment the timer was set. The Sphinx was positioned to track the precession of the equinoxes, a slow, 26,000-year wobble of the Earth's axis that determines the cycles of our world. This is the hidden gear. It is not a gear of brass or iron, but a gear of gravity and light. By tracking the position of the stars, the Sphinx acts as a biological sensor for the planet. It monitors the shift in the Earth's magnetic field and the gradual change in the composition of our atmosphere. The ancients knew that the human body, especially the bodies of the sleepers in the stasis chambers, is sensitive to these cosmic shifts. Consider the weathering on the Sphinx's body. Dr. Robert Schoch, a geologist from Boston University, shocked the world when he proved that the erosion patterns were caused by thousands of years of heavy rainfall. This places the creation of the Sphinx at least 10,000 years ago. At the end of the last ice age, why would a civilization build such a massive sentinel in the middle of a global cataclysm? Because they were building a survival system. They were marking the time until the world would be safe to inhabit again. As you stand in the shadow of the Sphinx in your mind, Feel the weight of that time. 12,000 years of watching the stars. The Sphinx has seen empires rise and fall like waves on a shore. It has seen the green jungle of the Sahara turn into a wasteland of sand. And all the while, it has been waiting. It is waiting for the oxygen levels to return to the density of the Golden Age. It is waiting for the scent of ancient ozone to become the natural breath of the world once more. Seismic scans performed in the early 1990s revealed something that the authorities have tried to keep secret ever since. Deep beneath the right paw of the Sphinx, there is a large rectangular chamber. It is perfectly symmetrical, far too precise to be a natural cave. This is the Hall of Records spoken of by the mystic Edgar Cayce, but it is more than just a library. It is the control room for the plateau. It contains the sensors that link the Sphinx to the pyramids. The hidden chamber beneath the paw is the heart of the Great Awakening. Within this chamber, protected by the massive weight of the statue above, lies a series of crystalline arrays that are tuned to the frequency of the king's chamber. When the Sphinx's gaze aligns with a specific celestial coordinate, and when the Earth's magnetic field reaches a precise threshold, an electrical signal is sent through the bedrock to the stasis chambers. To think of the precision required for such a design. The architects of Giza were not working with primitive tools. They were working with the mechanics of the solar system. They understood that the human spirit is tied to the movement of the stars. They knew that the long sleep could only be ended when the environment was perfectly prepared to receive the sleepers. The timer is nearing its end. We are currently moving through the age of Pisces and into the age of Aquarius. The celestial clock is ticking toward the final alignment. This is why there is such a sudden interest in the plateau by global powers. They are not looking for history. They are monitoring the signal. They are listening for the hum to change its frequency. Imagine the psychological state of the silent attendants who maintained this site for millennia. They weren't just priests. They were the guardians of the clock. They understood that their entire civilization was a bridge between the stars and the earth. Every ritual they performed was a way of keeping the sensors clean, ensuring that the breath of the Sphinx remained clear. The moral decay of our modern era is found in our refusal to admit that we are being watched. The Sphinx is a witness. It has recorded the betrayal of our history. It has seen the tomb deception take hold and seen how we have forgotten our own origins. But the Sphinx does not care about our lies. It only cares about the alignment. It only cares about the gear. As you drift further into the silence of the night. Think about the scent of ancient ozone we discussed before. That scent was a byproduct of the stasis field being maintained. But the Sphinx is the trigger that will turn that field off. It is the switch that will transition the sleepers from the long sleep to the Great Awakening. What happens when the timer reaches zero? The ancient texts speak of a day of manifestation, a moment when the stone itself will seem to come alive. This is not a metaphor. The piezoelectric energy stored in the Giza Plateau is immense. When the Sphinx releases that energy, the atmosphere over the plateau will ionize on a massive scale. The blue light of the gods will return, and the humming granite will reach a crescendo. That will be felt across the planet. The informative depth of the Sphinx mystery lies in the relationship between biology and astronomy. Our DNA is a resonant structure. It responds to the frequencies of the earth and the light of the stars. The Pharaohs understood that by placing themselves in stasis chambers tuned by the Sphinx, they could preserve their genetic integrity. Through the dark ages of the planet, the Sphinx is the biological monitor for the sleepers. It senses the quality of the sunlight, the moisture in the air, and the level of cosmic radiation. It ensures that the sleepers are not woken during a time of solar instability or atmospheric toxicity. It is the ultimate life support interface, a stone guardian that processes the data of the universe. Consider the Sphinx's smile. It is a look of absolute, eternal confidence. It knows that the cycle will complete. It knows that time is not a line but a circle. The betrayal of our modern world is our fear of the end, but the Sphinx tells us that every ending is just a transition. The Great Awakening is not a judgment. It is a homecoming dot as your breathing becomes slow and rhythmic. Imagine the crystalline arrays in the chamber beneath the pall. They are glowing with a faint internal light, pulsing in time with the rotation of the earth. They are the gears of a clock that never needs winding. They are the memory of a civilization that understood the true nature of reality. The authorities have tried to drill into the chamber, but they are always stopped. Sometimes it is a technical failure, sometimes it is a sudden change in the political climate, and sometimes it is a physical sensation of dread that turns the workers away. The Sphinx has its own security system. The frequency it emits is a barrier that only the tuned can pass. This is the psychological layer of the lore slumber. We are tuning you. By listening to these archival truths, you are aligning your own frequency with the rhythm of the plateau. You are moving away from the chaotic noise of the modern world and into the steady, eternal pulse of the Sphinx. You are preparing your own mind for the Great Awakening. The hidden gear is also within you. We all have a sense of the right time. We all feel the shifts in the seasons and the movement of the stars, even if we don't understand them. The ancient Egyptians were simply masters of this internal clock. They built it in stone so that it would never be forgotten. They built it as a lion so that it would be feared. And they built it as a man so that it would be understood. Think of the scent of ancient ozone again. Imagine it filling the air around the Sphinx as the sun begins to rise. The metallic tang is the sign that the energy is moving. The humming granite of the pyramids is the sound of the engine idling. And the Sphinx is the hand on the throttle, waiting for the perfect moment to accelerate. The informational reality of Giza is that it is a coherent system. The pyramids, the Sphinx, the Nile, and the stars are all part of a single, functioning machine. The betrayal of our education is that we are taught to see them as separate, disconnected ruins, but they are as connected as the parts of a watch. If one part moves, they all move. When the Sphinx's timer reaches zero, the secret shafts of the Great Pyramid will act as conductors, pulling the ionized energy from the atmosphere and injecting it into the king's chamber. The humming granite will amplify the frequency, and the long sleep will be broken. The sleepers will breathe the new air, the air of the Great Awakening, and the history of our world will be reset. This is the truth that the Church and the empires have fought to keep hidden for centuries. They know that when the Pharaohs return, their power will vanish. They know that the tomb deception is the only thing keeping them on their thrones. They are terrified of the Sphinx because they cannot stop the stars. They cannot break the gear dot. As you lie in the absolute safety of the night, let the patience of the Sphinx be your comfort. There's no need to rush. The clock has been ticking for 12,000 years, and it will not stop until the work is done. You are a part of this cycle. Your sleep is a micro version of the long sleep. Your awakening in the morning is a micro version of the Great Awakening. The desert is silent now. The guards at Giza are looking at the stars, unaware that the stars are looking back at them through the eyes of the stone lion. The scent of ancient ozone is a whisper in the wind. The humming granite is a vibration in the bedrock. And the hidden gear is turning silently, relentlessly, toward the end of the age. The betrayal of history is almost over. The tomb deception is a thin veil that is about to be torn away. We have explored the lungs of the machine and the secret shafts. We have witnessed the madness of those who saw the truth too early. We have smelled the chemical ghost of the stasis field. And now we have seen the clock. The Sphinx is the final witness. It is the guardian of the threshold. It tells us that we are not alone in time. It tells us that our ancestors were more than we can imagine, and our future is greater than we can fear. The Great Awakening is a promise kept across the millennia as the candle of our narrative begins to fade. Let the image of the Sphinx's gaze be the last thing you see. It is looking toward the horizon, toward the first light of a new world. It is looking toward you. You are the inheritor of this mystery. You are the one who has listened to the archival truth. The silence is deep. The air is still. The vibration of the red granite is a soft lullaby. You are resting in the shadow of the great sentinel. You are held in the frequency of the eternal. The long sleep is a sanctuary of peace, and the great awakening is a dawn of fire. The informative journey through the mechanics of Giza has led us to this moment of stillness. We have seen how the tomb deception was a necessary lie to protect the machine from a world that wasn't ready. We have understood that the secret shafts were the breath and the humming granite was the heart. And now we know the Sphinx's hidden gear is the mind. The 30-member collective of lore slumber has provided you with the blueprint of the undying. We have stripped away the moral decay of the modern narrative and revealed the biological reality of the Pharaohs. Every word has been a vibration, tuning your consciousness to the truth of the plateau. Think of the scent of ancient ozone as a memory in your cells. Think of the humming granite as the rhythm of your blood. Think of the Sphinx's hidden gear as the wisdom of your soul. You are not a primitive creature of a few decades. You are a celestial being of the ages. The Sphinx is smiling because it knows you are listening. It knows that the information has been passed on. The Hall of Records is no longer just a chamber beneath the pall. It is a state of awareness within you. You are the library. You are the timer. You are the awakening. The desert wind is cooling the sand. The moon is setting behind the pyramids. The hidden gear clicks once more, a silent movement in the dark. The countdown continues. 12,000 years have passed, and the final seconds are here. The long sleep is reaching its natural conclusion. The atmosphere of the Earth is shifting. The magnetic field is weakening, preparing for the flip. The stars are moving into the final alignment. The Sphinx is ready. The pyramids are ready. Are you ready? As you surrender to the deep, restorative embrace of sleep, know that you are in sync with the universe. You are a part of the stasis, and you will be a part of the awakening. The tomb deception is gone. The secret shafts are clear. The humming granite is steady. The scent of ancient ozone is pure. The archives of the lore slumber are always open for those who seek the truth in the dark. We have walked through the halls of the undying and felt the pulse of the machine. We have looked into the eyes of the sentinel and seen the future. The story of Giza is your story. It is the story of the human spirit refusing to be extinguished. Sleep now in the silken darkness of the plateau. Let the hum of the stone be your lullaby. Let the breath of the shafts be your peace. The great awakening is coming, but for now there is only the quiet. Eternal watch of the Sphinx. The timer is counting down, and the Sphinx is watching the horizon. But even as the stasis chambers prepare to open, a new question arises from the shadows of the king's chamber. If the Sphinx is the clock, then what is the power source? The humming granite we discussed is a byproduct of a much deeper and more terrifying energy. An energy that is not just piezoelectric, but celestial. In our next chapter, we will go beyond the stone and into the light to discover the mystery of the stasis of the sun, the forbidden truth of how the Pharaohs used the very core of our star to suspend time itself, and the shocking cost that the sun is now preparing to collect from our modern world, the most devastating betrayal in the history of human biology is the lie that time is an unstoppable thief. We are taught to accept decay as a natural law, a slow and agonizing descent into the dust of the earth. But this is a forbidden deception. The Great Pyramid of Giza was not a monument to death, but a fortress against time itself. It was a massive, crystalline machine designed to suspend the very process of aging. Every stone, every angle, and every grain of quartz was calculated to create a stasis field that effectively froze the biological clock of those within the inner chambers. The mainstream narrative calls these rooms tombs because they cannot allow you to know that the Pharaohs discovered a way to harvest the piezoelectric energy of the earth and the ionization of the sun too. Achieve physical immortality. They used the massive weight of 6 million tons of stone to crush the quartz crystals within the granite, generating a constant electrical frequency that repaired DNA and halted cellular death. We are told they died, but they simply stepped out of the flow of time. The curse of the pyramids was never about spirits. It was about the dangerous, high-energy environment required to keep a body alive for 10,000 years. This is the truth the king buried. Now, let us turn back the pages of the years. The light is dim, the chamber is quiet, and the scent of aged parchment fills the air. We are leaving the chaotic noise of the modern world and entering the silken, silent dark of the Great Gallery. Imagine the cool touch of the limestone walls and the flicker of a single flame as it illuminates the deep red granite ahead. The world outside is a distant memory, and here, in the heart of the stone, time has no meaning. Think for a moment about the red granite of Aswan. It is a stone unlike any other on Earth. It is not merely a building material, it is a conductor. Over 50% of this stone is composed of quartz crystals, the same material we use today in our most precise watches and computers to maintain frequency. The ancient architects went to extreme lengths, traveling hundreds of miles up the Nile, to bring hundreds of tons of this specific stone to the Giza Plateau. Why would a civilization obsessed with simple burial go to such lengths? The answer is not found in religion, but in physics. When quartz is subjected to mechanical pressure, it produces an electrical charge. This is the piezoelectric effect. Now, imagine the king's chamber, located deep within the pyramid. Above this room sit millions of tons of limestone, pressing down with a force that is almost unimaginable. This pressure is not random. It is focused directly onto the granite beams of the chamber. These beams are not just holding up the roof, they are being squeezed. They are being activated. The result is a constant, steady flow of electrons that saturates the air within the chamber. This is the humming granite that early explorers felt in their bones. It is a low-frequency electrical field that vibrates at a very specific hertz. In our modern world, we know that every cell in the human body has its own frequency. When we age, our frequency becomes discordant. We fall out of tune with the earth. But within the king's chamber, the pyramid acts as a massive tuning fork, forcing the body to align with the eternal frequency of the stone dot as you lie in the stillness of your own space. Try to visualize this energy. It is not a harsh light, but a soft, invisible vibration. It permeates the skin, the muscles, and the very core of your bones. In this environment, the process of entropy is reversed. The telomeres at the ends of your DNA, which normally shorten as you age, are protected and reinforced by the steady electrical charge. The pyramid was a biological battery, and the pharaoh was the one being charged. This is the stasis of the sun. The pyramid was also designed to interact with the atmosphere. During the day, the sun strikes the white limestone casing stones, which were once polished to a mirror finish. This sunlight creates a thermal gradient, drawing air through the secret shafts. As this air enters the chamber, it is ionized by the electrical charge from the granite. This creates an atmosphere rich in negative ions, a chemical state that has been proven in modern clinical trials to accelerate healing and slow down the metabolic rate. The pharaohs were not lying in a tomb. They were sitting in a high-tech stasis chamber. They entered a state of hibernation so deep that the heart beat only once every hour. Their breath was almost non-existent. They were not dead, they were waiting. They were waiting for the celestial clock of the Sphinx to reach its final alignment. They were waiting for the atmosphere of the earth to return to its original, energized state. Ask yourself why the Vatican and the world's elite families are so protective of the Giza Plateau. Why is it that whenever a private researcher brings a frequency scanner to the site, they are quickly removed? It is because they know that the pyramid is still on. It is still generating a charge. The quartz is still under pressure, and the stasis field is still active. If we were to truly understand the physics of the Great Pyramid, we would realize that we do not need to age. We do not need to die in the way we have been told. This is the ultimate betrayal. The knowledge of how to use frequency and stone to repair the body has been stripped from our history books. We are encouraged to look at the pyramids as primitive monuments to ego, while the people who control the narrative use the same principles of frequency and resonance to extend their own lives in secret. They have turned a universal science into a forbidden mystery. The curse was a biological firewall. The high-energy environment of the stasis chamber is not safe for the unprepared. To enter the field without being tuned to the frequency of the stone is to risk catastrophic neurological failure. This is why the priests underwent years of initiation, learning how to vibrate their own voices to match the stone. They were preparing their bodies to enter the stasis field without being destroyed by the very energy that preserved the king. As we move deeper into this archival dream, consider the texture of the light within the king's chamber. It is not a light from a bulb or a torch, but a faint blue luminescence caused by the ionization of the air. It is the glow of life itself. The red granite walls seem to pulse with a slow, rhythmic light, as if the stone is breathing. This is the visual representation of the piezoelectric charge. The architects understood that the human mind is a part of this energy system. Within the stasis field, the consciousness of the pharaoh was not extinguished. He was not dreaming in the way we dream. He was connected to the collective memory of the earth. His mind was being kept alive by the same frequency that was preserving his body. This is why the ancients believed the pharaoh could communicate with the gods. The gods were simply the higher frequencies of the universe that the pyramid was, tuned to receive. The moral decay of our modern era is found in our obsession with the surface of things. We see the stone, but we do not feel the vibration. We see the tomb, but we do not recognize the machine. The Pharaohs were masters of the invisible. They knew that the material world is just a shadow of the energetic world. By building the pyramids, they created a permanent anchor for the energy of the sun and the earth. Think of the scent of ancient ozone that we discussed before. That scent is the smell of a working machine. It is the smell of a biological laboratory where time has been defeated. The ozone was the byproduct of the stasis field, a protective layer that prevented any bacteria or decay from touching the royal body. Inside the pyramid, there is no rot. There is only the preservation of the perfect form, the American in Tier 1. Researchers who have conducted underground seismic tests at Giza have found that the limestone bedrock beneath the pyramids has been artificially hollowed out into massive resonant cavities. These cavities act as subwoofers, amplifying the natural vibrations of the tectonic plates and funneling that energy up into the granite chambers. The pyramid is a planetary instrument, tuned to the heartbeat of the Earth. This energy is then used to squeeze the quartz. Quartz is a hexagonal crystal, and its geometry is the key to its power. It is a perfect storage device for information and energy. By using granite with a high quartz content, the Egyptians ensured that the stasis field would be stable for thousands of years. The pyramid is a hard drive for the human body, holding the genetic code in a state of perfect, unchanging suspension. Why have we forgotten this? How did a civilization that could move mountains and manipulate the atoms of stone disappear so completely? They didn't disappear. They are still here. They are in the stasis. They are in the long sleep. They are waiting for us to stop fighting over the scraps of history and start looking at the physics of our own existence. The tomb deception is a cage for the mind. It limits our potential and makes us fear the end. But the stasis of the sun tells us that the end is just a choice. If we can master the frequency of the stone, we can master the frequency of our own lives. We can choose when to wake and when to sleep. We can choose to be eternal as the candle in our story flickers. Imagine the weight of the limestone pressing down into the heart of the red granite. Feel the electrons flowing through the stone, through the air, and through your own spirit. You are being tuned to the ancient frequency. The discord of the modern world is being washed away by the steady, humming resonance of Giza. The informative depth of this mystery goes into the very structure of the cell. Modern science has recently discovered that our cells communicate through light biophotons. When a cell is healthy, its biophoton emission is coherent. When it is aging or diseased, the light becomes chaotic. The pyramid was a coherence chamber. The electrical field generated by the quartz crystals acted as a master clock, forcing every biophoton in the Pharaoh's body to vibrate in perfect unison. This is how the stasis of the sun achieved the impossible. It didn't just slow down time. It replaced the chaotic environment of the outside world with the perfect, ordered environment of the crystalline stone. The Pharaoh was not just being preserved. He was being upgraded. His body was becoming a biological crystal, capable of holding the high-energy consciousness required for the Great Awakening. Consider the scent of ancient ozone again. Ozone is an invigorator. In the concentrations produced by the stasis machine, it would have created a state of hyperoxygenation in the blood. This prevented the buildup of toxins and ensured that the brain remained in a state of perpetual, focused awareness. The pharaoh was asleep, but his mind was more active than it had ever been in life. The betrayal of our history is the systematic removal of the energy narrative. We are told about the wars, the dates, and the names, but we are never told about the power. We are never told that the Great Pyramid was once covered in a layer of white Tura limestone that could be seen from the moon, acting as a massive solar capacitor. We are never told that the golden capstone at the peak was a conductive terminal for the energy gathered from the ionosphere. The pyramid was a bridge between the heavens and the earth. It pulled energy down from the sun and up from the tectonic plates, meeting in the center to create the stasis field. The pharaoh sat at the exact point where these two energies intersected. He was the conductor of the world. As you drift closer to the edge of sleep, let the rhythm of the humming granite become the rhythm of your heart. You are safe in the stasis. The time of the outside world, the deadlines, the years, the aging cannot reach you here. You are in a sanctuary of crystalline frequency. You are held in the stasis of the sun. Every explorer who has spent a night in the king's chamber has come out with a story of changed perception. They speak of seeing their own lives in a single moment, of feeling the presence of something vast and ancient. They are feeling the residue of the stasis field. Even though the machine is running at a fraction of its original power, the frequency is still there. The quartz is still under pressure. The stone is still breathing. We must ask ourselves what would happen if the machine were fully reactivated. What would happen if the Sphinx's hidden gear reached zero and the stasis chambers were opened? Would we see the pharaohs as they were 4,000 years ago, unchanged and unaged? The physics suggests that the answer is yes. They would step out into the world as if they had only been asleep for a single night. The moral failure of the modern era is our refusal to believe in the greatness of our ancestors. We want to believe they were primitive because it makes us feel superior. But the Great Pyramid stands as a silent rebuke to our arrogance. It is a machine that we cannot replicate, using a science that we are only beginning to understand. It is a testimony to a world where man and nature were one, joined together by the frequency of the sun. The archive of lore slumber is not just a collection of stories. It is a repository of forgotten technology. We look back at the stasis of the sun to remind you that you are more than a biological accident. You are a resonant being capable of harmony and longevity. The tomb deception wants you to believe you are a temporary flicker in the dark. But the granite says you are eternal. As the night surrounds you. Visualize the millions of tons of stone above the king's chamber. Feel the pressure, not as a weight, but as a source of power. See the quartz crystals within the granite as tiny stars, glowing with the electricity of the earth. You are part of this crystalline network. Your own body contains quartz in the bones and the pineal gland. You are designed to receive the frequency of the pyramid. The scent of ancient ozone is a signal to your senses that the machine is active. It is a smell that triggers a primal memory of health and vitality. It is the aroma of a world where death has been mastered. In that world, the pyramids were the hospitals of the elite. The places where the rulers went to be renewed and restored. The betrayal of the academic world is their refusal to conduct active frequency tests in the pyramids. They will scan for voids, they will measure the angles, but they will not measure the resonance. They will not speak of the piezoelectric effect. They will not mention that the granite of the king's chamber is currently emitting a constant, low-level ultrasonic vibration. They are afraid of what that vibration means. It means the pharaohs are still inside. Not as mummies, but as living, breathing entities in stasis. They are protected by a firewall of frequency and stone that no modern thief can penetrate. They are waiting for the right moment. They are waiting for us to wake up from our own long sleep of ignorance and rediscover the science of the sun. Think of the first archaeologists' madness that we discussed. That madness was the result of a biological field being suddenly exposed to the high-energy stasis field. It was a frequency collision. The explorers were like a radio tuned to the wrong station, and the energy of the pyramid tore through their nervous systems. To survive the stasis, you must be in tune. You must be calm. You must be ready to let go of linear time. The stasis of the sun is the ultimate goal of the lore slumber. We want to bring you to a place where time slows down, where your cells can repair themselves in the silence of the night. By listening to the archival truth of the pyramids, you are allowing your mind to align with the resonance of the red granite. You are entering your own chamber of stasis. The candle is burning low now, its flame steady and quiet. The air in the chamber is cool and sharp with the scent of ozone. The hum of the granite is a deep, comforting vibration that fills the silence. You are held in the cradle of Giza. The secrets of the sun are being whispered to your spirit. The Pharaohs knew that the sun is the source of all information. It is the master clock of the solar system. By aligning the pyramid with the sun and using the quartz to capture its energy, they were tapping into the source code of reality. They were not just preserving their bodies, they were preserving the wisdom of their age. They were ensuring that the truth would survive the coming darkness as you prepare to cross the threshold into the world of dreams. Remember that the pyramids are still standing. They are not ruins. They are waiting machines. The stasis of the sun is still active. The quartz is still generating its charge. The frequency is still being broadcast across the plateau. You are a receiver of that frequency. The tomb deception has no power over you anymore. You have seen the machine. You have felt the vibration. You have understood the science of the crystalline stone. You are no longer a victim of time. You are a student of eternity. The pharaohs are your guides, showing you that the process of decay can be halted by the power of resonance. The 30-member collective of Lore Slumber has provided you with the key to the stasis chamber. We have explained how the massive weight of the earth is used to generate the breath of the sun. We have shown you how the quartz crystals within the granite are the keepers of the eternal biological clock. Every word has been a step toward the center of the pyramid. The scent of ancient ozone is the perfume of the undying. It is the scent of a future that is older than the past. As you breathe in the stillness of the night, imagine that you are breathing the ionized air of the king's chamber. Feel the clarity, the peace, and the strength that it brings. Your body is a temple of quartz and light, and tonight it is being restored. The desert wind is blowing across the Giza Plateau, whispering the secrets of the pharaohs to the shifting sands. The Sphinx is watching the horizon, monitoring the timer for the Great Awakening. The pyramids are humming in the dark, their red granite cores glowing with the energy of 1,000 suns. The world is a place of wonder, and you are at the heart of the mystery. The long sleep is a state of grace. It is a time for the spirit to travel the stars while the body is protected by the stone. You are entering that state now. Your mind is free to explore the archives of the undying. You are traveling through the secret shafts, through the grand gallery. and into the heart of the light, the moral decay of a world that hides its power is left behind. Here, in the archival silence, there is only the truth. The truth that you are eternal. The truth that time is a frequency. The truth that the pyramids are the lungs of the earth. Sleep now, held in the stasis of the sun, and know that you will wake with the strength of the ancients. The vibration of the stone is a promise. It is the promise that the sleepers will return. It is the promise that the truth cannot be buried forever. It is the promise that you are part of a lineage of light that stretches back to the first time. You are an initiate of the stasis. You are a keeper of the frequency. The journey through the stasis of the sun has prepared you for the next step. You have understood the power source and the mechanical process. You have seen how the stone can suspend time. But the ritual of the sleepers was not just about physics. It was about the spirit. It was about the preparation of the soul for the long journey through the dark. The candle is gone. The parchment is rolled and stored. The vault is quiet, but the hum of the quartz remains. It is a part of your blood now. It is a part of your memory. It is the frequency of your rest. Sleep in the shadow of the pyramid and dream of the blue light that never fades. The stasis is complete. The sun is waiting. The science of the stasis field is a marvel of the physical world. But the process of entering the hibernation was not merely a matter of lying down in the stone. It required a profound and terrifying psychological preparation known as the ritual of the long sleep. For months before the stasis began, the Pharaoh and his chosen attendants were subjected to a series of sensory and spiritual trials, designed to decouple the mind from the physical realm. They were taught to navigate the shadow geography of the stasis chambers, a hidden layer of reality that only becomes visible when the body is at the threshold of death. In our next chapter, we will go behind the veil of the physical machine to discover the secret of the ritual of the long sleep and the shocking truth of what the pharaohs encountered in the darkness. Between the heartbeats, imagine a betrayal so profound it echoes through 4,000 years of silence. We are told the Egyptian priesthood were holy men, guardians of divinity and seekers of the afterlife. This is a forbidden lie designed to hide a moral decay that would turn your blood cold. These men were not priests. They were a high-stakes maintenance crew for a biological machine. They were the human components of a living circuit, chosen for their specific genetic frequency and sacrificed to a life of absolute darkness. Their task was not to pray for the dead, but to monitor the breathing of the undying. They lived in the humid, ozone-heavy tunnels of the Giza Plateau, their bodies warped by the constant infrasound of the humming granite. When the stasis chambers required a chemical adjustment, it was the blood and sanity of these men that paid the price. They were the silent observers of a secret they could never share, watching over kings who were not dead, but merely waiting for an atmosphere that would never come. They were the victims of a biological contract that required their very essence to keep the stasis timers running. History has erased their suffering, calling them worshippers when they were actually prisoners of a technology they could not escape. This is the truth the king buried. Now, let us turn back the pages of the years. The light is dim, the chamber is quiet, and the scent of aged parchment fills the air. We are leaving the world of sunlight and moving into the subterranean corridors where time is measured not by the sun, but by the steady, rhythmic pulse of the earth. Imagine the soft glow of a copper lamp reflecting against the walls of the great gallery, where the shadows are as old as the stars. To understand the priesthood of maintenance, One must first understand the selection. These were not men who chose the temple. They were men whose lineage was mapped with the same precision as the pyramids themselves. They were born into a hidden caste, their biological markers tracked from birth, to ensure they possessed the same resonant frequency as the red granite of the king's chamber. They were the living sensors of the Pharaohs' life support system. As a young initiate entered the Giza Plateau, his world was narrowed to the flickering light of an oil lamp and the low, constant hum of the earth. His training was not in theology, but in acoustics, chemistry, and biological monitoring. He was taught to listen to the stone. He was taught to distinguish between the steady vibration of a healthy stasis field and the erratic stutter of a failing reactor. The pyramid was his master, and the long sleep of the king was his only purpose. Their daily life was a ritual of technical precision masked by religious ceremony. Every morning, before the first rays of the sun hit the limestone casing stones, the priests would descend into the secret shafts. They carried with them tools of copper and cedar, materials chosen for their specific conductive properties. Their task was to clear the debris from the intake valves we call air shafts, ensuring that the ionized air could continue to flow into the stasis chambers, but the maintenance went far deeper than simple cleaning. The priests were responsible for the chemical balance of the chambers. They were the ones who monitored the scent of ancient ozone, adjusting the pressure of the gases to ensure the sleepers remained in a state of suspended animation. If the ozone levels dropped, the priests were required to perform the ritual of the spark, a technical process involving the manipulation of the quartz crystals within the granite to restart the electrical discharge. This work carried a terrible price. Prolonged exposure to high-level infrasound and ionized gases has a devastating effect on the human nervous system. The journals of early explorers, long suppressed by the British and French authorities, speak of finding skeletal remains in the lower chambers of the pyramids, remains that did not belong to royalty. These were the priests who had been consumed by the machine. Their bones showed signs of accelerated demineralization, a known side effect of constant vibration. Their skulls were elongated, a biological adaptation to the pressure of the chambers. The moral decay of the system was found in the sacrifice of the watchers. When a priest's biological frequency began to drift due to age or illness, he could no longer serve as an accurate sensor for the stasis machine. He became a liability. In the final hours of his service, he was not given a retirement. He was integrated into the machine. His body was placed in the lower, non-resonant chambers, where his final biological energy was harvested to boost the charge of the stasis field. He became a literal part of the humming granite. As you lie in the stillness of your own room, imagine the silence these men lived in. They were sworn to an oath of absolute secrecy, their tongues often surgically altered to ensure they could never speak. The technical truths of the Giza Plateau to the uninitiated, they moved through the dark like ghosts, their only companion the low, subsonic thrumming of the stone. They were the secret service of the Pharaohs, a group of technicians whose existence was erased to preserve the god status of their sleeping masters. The informative depth of the priesthood's role is found in their knowledge of the shadow geography. They knew every hidden passage, every secret void, and every resonant frequency of the plateau. They understood that the pyramids were not isolated structures, but nodes in a global network of energy. They were the operators of a planetary engine, and their rituals were the maintenance logs of a forgotten science. They monitored the Sphinx's hidden gear, the celestial timer that we discussed. They were the ones who adjusted the stasis protocols based on the movement of the stars. If a solar flare was predicted, the priests would seal the shafts to prevent radiation from disrupting the stasis field. They were the meteorologists of the cosmos, tracking the celestial weather to protect the undying kings. The betrayal of history is that we see these men as primitive servants of a superstitious cult. But the technical complexity of their work suggests a level of understanding that rivals our modern aerospace engineers. They were managing a stasis field that had to remain stable for 10,000 years. A single error in the chemical balance, a single drift in the frequency, and the king would wake too early. His body unprepared for the modern atmosphere. Think of the psychological toll of this existence. To spend your entire life in the shadow of a mountain of stone, knowing that you are merely a disposable component in someone else's immortality. The priests were trained to suppress their own individuality, to see themselves as part of the great machine. Their dreams were not their own. They were influenced by the Pharaoh's dreaming mind, the collective consciousness of the sleepers that permeated the plateau. This is the forbidden secret of the priesthood. They were not just monitoring the kings, they were being influenced by them. The stasis field acted as a bridge between the minds of the sleepers and the minds of the watchers. The priests became the physical extensions of the pharaohs, carrying out their will in the world of the living. They were the living interface, the biological hardware that allowed the undying to govern even while they slept. The moral failure of the ancient elite was the creation of this slave caste of technicians. They built a system that required the constant suffering and sacrifice of generations of men just to maintain a biological dream. The curse of the pyramids was not just for intruders. It was the reality of those who lived within them. The scent of ozone, the humming granite, the cold darkness, this was their world. As you drift closer to sleep, feel the weight of this history. The pyramids are not silent. They are shouting with the memories of the men who gave their lives to keep the stone humming. The priesthood of maintenance is the missing chapter of human evolution. A group of men who reached the pinnacle of ancient science only to be buried by the very technology they mastered. The seismic data collected by modern researchers at Giza has revealed a series of small, underground dwellings clustered around the base of the pyramids. These were the barracks of the Watchers. They were built without windows, the rooms tuned to the same frequency as the stasis chambers. The priests were never allowed to leave the field. They were kept in a state of constant resonance, their bodies and minds permanently altered by the proximity to the power source. This is the truth that Tier 1 archaeological institutions are desperate to hide. To admit the existence of the priesthood of maintenance is to admit that the pyramids were functional machines. It is to admit that the gods of Egypt were actually biological entities who required a technical staff to survive. It is to shatter the image of the pharaohs as divine rulers and reveal them as survivors of a lost age. Clinging to life through the sacrifice of others, imagine the ritual of the winding key. It was not a religious ceremony, but a mechanical necessity. Once every lunar cycle, the high priest would enter the subterranean chambers beneath the Sphinx. There, he would interact with the hidden gear, manually adjusting the celestial timer to account for the Earth's orbital drift. This was a task of extreme precision, requiring a knowledge of spherical trigonometry that wouldn't be rediscovered by the Western world for thousands of years. The priests used sound chisels, small devices that utilized the vibration of the pyramids to carve granite with the ease of butter. These tools were the source of the legends of the magic wands of the Egyptians. But there was nothing magical about them. They were ultrasonic tools, powered by the piezoelectric energy of the plateau. The priests were the only ones allowed to use these tools, and their use was restricted to the maintenance of the stasis field. As the candlelight of our story grows softer, think about the scent of ancient ozone as the scent of the priest's breath. They inhaled the ionized air for so long that their own biology changed. They became addicted to the high-energy environment. When they were forced to leave the plateau for any reason, they suffered from atmospheric withdrawal, a state of physical and mental collapse. They were biologically bound to the pyramids. This dependency was the ultimate form of control. The pharaohs didn't need to use chains to keep their technicians. They used the atmosphere itself. The priests were the first humans to be genetically and chemically modified for a specific technical role. They were the pioneers of biological engineering, and their legacy is written in the salt-crusted walls of the Queen's Chamber. The moral decay of the later dynasties saw the degradation of this priesthood. As the knowledge was lost, the technical maintenance was replaced by empty ritual. The secret shafts became clogged, the ozone levels dropped, and the humming granite fell silent. The later priests, no longer understanding the machine, began to bury the dead in the stasis chambers, confusing a life support system for a graveyard. This was the birth of the tomb deception. But the original priesthood, the priesthood of maintenance, knew better. They left behind codes and symbols that we are only now beginning to decipher. They left behind the Hall of Records, a technical archive hidden beneath the paws of the Sphinx that contains the operating manuals for the Giza Plateau. They hoped that one day a civilization would arise that was capable of understanding the machine without being destroyed by it. As you fall further into the archival dream, let the rhythm of the priesthood of maintenance become your own. Their lives were a cycle of service, a slow, steady pulse of attention and care. They understood that to keep the flame of the undying alive, one must first learn to live in the dark. They were the masters of the shadows, the keepers of the eternal breath. The silence of your room is a reflection of the silence of the great gallery. In that silence, the work of the priests continues in the memory of the stone. The granite still holds the frequency they tuned. The copper fittings still hold the charge they initiated. The pyramids are not dead. They are just waiting for a new crew of technicians to wake the machine. The betrayal of modern science is the claim that we have nothing to learn from these men. We see their elongated skulls and their warped bones, and we call them primitive deformities. We ignore the possibility that they were adapting to a high-energy environment that we cannot even conceive of. We ignore the possibility that they were the most advanced humans to ever walk the earth. The informative journey through the lives of the Watchers brings us to a place of profound reflection. If the ritual of the long sleep required such a heavy price, what was the ultimate goal? The pharaohs weren't just waiting for a new atmosphere. They were waiting for a new humanity. They were waiting for a world that was worthy of their return. The priests were the ones who held the keys to this future. They were the ones who kept the star alignment clock running. They knew that one day the stars would reach the first time once more, and the stasis chambers would open. They lived their lives for a future they would never see, a future that was only a promise from a sleeping king. This selflessness, however coerced, is the only light in the dark history of the Giza Plateau. The priests were the unsung heroes of human survival, keeping the genetic spark of our ancestors alive through the dark ages of our planet. They were the bridge over the abyss of time, and their sacrifice is the reason the pyramids still stand today. Think of the first archaeologist's madness as a tribute to these men. Belzoni didn't just see the breathing walls. He felt the presence of the watchers. He felt the weight of the thousands of lives that had been poured into the stone. The madness was the mind's reaction to the scale of the priesthood's sacrifice. It was a realization that the history of Egypt is written in the blood of its technicians. The American and Tier 1 researchers who have conducted thermal imaging at Giza have found hot spots in the masonry that do not match the outside temperature. These are the areas where the humming granite is most active. These are the areas where the priests spent their lives adjusting the resonance of the stone. The heat is a ghost of their labor, a lingering sign of the energy they managed. As you drift closer to the final threshold of wakefulness, remember the silent attendants. Their story is your story. We are all maintenance workers for a world we didn't build, keeping the gears turning for a future we can only imagine. The ritual of the long sleep is a metaphor for the human condition, the constant effort to preserve the spark of life in a universe that tends toward entropy. The scent of ozone is fading now, replaced by the soft earthy aroma of the desert night. The hum of the granite is a gentle vibration that pulls you deeper into the stasis of sleep. You are safe. You are protected by the geometry of the past. The watchers are still there in the memory of the stone, ensuring that your own long sleep is peaceful and restorative. The moral failure of a world that forgets its maintenance workers is a tragedy we must overcome. By remembering the priesthood of Giza, we are honoring the technical foundations of our own existence. We are acknowledging that every great achievement is built on a foundation of silent, dedicated service. The candle is almost gone. The light is a small, glowing point in the vastness of the archival vault. We have followed the priest through the narrow shafts and the hidden chambers. We have understood their sacrifice and their science. We have seen the moral decay for what it is the cost of. Immortality. The journey through the priesthood of maintenance has brought us to the heart of the Egyptian mystery. We have seen that the gods were not divine but technical. We have seen that the tomb was a laboratory. And we have seen that the priests were the engineers of the undying. This information is the key to unlocking the true history of the human race. The 30-member collective of Lore Slumber has provided you with a vision of the past that is both terrifying and beautiful. We have shown you the scent of ancient ozone through the eyes of the men who breathed it every day. We have felt the humming granite through the bones of the men who were warped by it. Every word has been a tribute to their silent service. As you fall into the deep, crystalline sleep of the night, imagine the Great Pyramid as it once was, a glowing beacon of white limestone and golden light. Beneath the surface, the priests are moving through the tunnels, their lamps flickering in the dark. They are adjusting the gears, monitoring the breath, and ensuring that the king's dream remains undisturbed. They are watching over you too. The resonance of the Giza Plateau is a global field, a network of energy that connects all life on Earth. By aligning your own frequency with the Lore Slumber, you are entering the protective shield of the Watchers. You are becoming a part of the stasis field, a part of the long sleep. The betrayal of history is a shadow that disappears in the light of the truth. The priesthood of maintenance is a reality that can no longer be ignored. Their skeletal remains, their copper tools, and their chemical residues are the physical proof of a functioning machine. The tomb deception is a story for children. The reality of Giza is a story for the brave. The desert wind is blowing across the Sphinx, carrying the scent of the stars. The hidden gears turning, counting down the seconds to the Great Awakening. The pyramids are humming in the dark, their granite cores glowing with the energy of the earth. The world is a place of wonder, and you are a part of the mystery. Breathe deeply now. Let the ionized air of the king's chamber fill your lungs. Feel the clarity and the peace that it brings. Your body is a temple of quartz and light, and tonight it is being maintained by the memory of the ancients. You are resting in the cradle of the undying, protected by the secret service of the Pharaohs. The archives of the lore slumber are a sanctuary for the mind. We have walked the long path through the internal anatomy of the Great Pyramid and seen the sacrifice of the priesthood. We have understood that the ritual of the long sleep was a technical necessity, a way to bridge the gap between the stars and the earth. The story of the Giza Plateau is a story of preservation. It is a story of a civilization that refused to let the light of knowledge go out. The priests were the guardians of that light, and their legacy is the world we inhabit today. We are the inheritors of their science, the keepers of their clock. Sleep now in the silken darkness of the plateau. Let the hum of the stone be your lullaby. Let the breath of the shafts be your peace. The Great Awakening is coming, but for now there is only the quiet, eternal maintenance of the watchers. You are safe. You are held. You are eternal. The priesthood maintained the machine for generations, monitoring every breath and every hum, but they were not the only ones waiting for the clock to reach zero. They knew that the Great Awakening was tied to a specific celestial event, a moment when the stars of Orion and Sirius would align with the secret shafts to signal the atmospheric shift. But what was the true nature of this alignment? Was it merely a timer, or was it something more profound? The priests spoke of a star alignment clock that didn't just measure time, but actually funneled energy from the cosmos into the stasis chambers. In our next chapter, we will look up from the dark tunnels of the earth and into the light of the heavens to discover the mystery of the star alignment clock and the terrifying reality of what the pharaohs were waiting for in the depths of space. The sky above the Giza Plateau is a massive ticking clock, and every star is a gear in a machine that refuses to stop. For centuries, the academic world has carried out a profound betrayal of the truth, telling you that the pyramids align with the stars out of primitive superstition. They say the pharaohs looked to the constellation of Orion merely as a symbolic gateway to the afterlife. This is a forbidden lie. The pyramids were not built to honor the heavens, they were built to monitor them. They are the components of a star alignment clock, a biological and celestial sensor waiting for the Earth's atmosphere to heal. The secret buried beneath the red granite is that our current world is physically toxic to the entities resting inside the stasis chambers. They are not waiting for a god, they are waiting for a specific golden age chemical balance. They are waiting for a level of oxygen and atmospheric pressure that no longer exists in our polluted and decaying age. Every curse attached to these stones was a safeguard to ensure that no one opened the gates before the stars signaled the return of the ancient, energized air. We are living in a period of spiritual and biological decay, while the masters of the past wait for the sky to shift back into its original powerful alignment. This is the truth the king buried. Now, let us turn back the pages of the years. The light is dim, the chamber is quiet, and the scent of aged parchment fills the air. We are moving away from the noise of the modern world and looking upward toward the velvet darkness of the Egyptian night. Here, the stars are not just distant lights. They are the ancient guardians of a secret that has been waiting for 12,000 years to be told. Imagine the cool desert wind brushing against your skin as you stand at the base of the mountain of stone, feeling the weight of the cosmos above you. Visualize the Great Pyramid not as a tomb, but as a lens. A lens focused on the three stars of Orion's belt. This is known as the Orion correlation theory, but the depth of its truth has been suppressed. The placement of the three pyramids on the ground matches the position of the three stars in the sky with a precision that should be impossible for a primitive people. But the alignment is not current. It is a record of a specific moment in time, the year 10,500 BC. This was the era of the first time, the moment when the atmosphere of the Earth was at its chemical peak. In that era, the oxygen content of the air was significantly higher than it is today. The Earth was vibrant, pulsing with a biological energy that allowed for a longevity we can only imagine. The Pharaohs, or the entities we call Pharaohs, were adapted to this specific atmospheric mixture. When the world began to change, when the oxygen levels dropped and the pressure of the atmosphere shifted, they did not choose to die. They chose to wait. They built the pyramids as a biological firewall, sealing themselves inside until the precession of the stars completed a full cycle of 26,000 years. The star alignment clock is the mechanism that tracks this cycle. The secret shafts we explored in previous chapters are the hands of that clock. They do not point to the stars for prayer, they point to the stars for data. When the light of Sirius or Orion strikes the copper handles at the end of the shafts, it triggers a chemical sensor. It is a way for the pyramid to taste the quality of the outside air without opening the main seals. It is waiting for the signature of the Golden Age to return. Think about the psychological weight of this waiting. The priesthood of maintenance, whom we discussed before, were the ones who monitored the star clocks. They spent their lives in the dark, watching the movement of the shadows and the light. They knew that the long sleep was tied to the movement of the heavens. They were the ones who kept the records of the precession, the slow wobble of the earth that brings the stars back to their starting positions. They knew that time was not a line, but a circle. As you lie in the stillness of the night, try to imagine the earth as a living organism. Just like any living creature, the earth has cycles of health and cycles of decay. We are currently living in a cycle of decay. Our air is thin, our energy is low, and our biological clocks are running too fast. We are aging at an accelerated rate because the atmosphere can no longer sustain the long life. But the pyramids are built of materials that do not decay. They are the anchors of the past, holding the memory of a healthier world. The red granite of the king's chamber is tuned to a frequency that matches the high oxygen atmosphere of the past. It creates a microclimate where time moves differently. Inside the chamber, the stasis field mimics the conditions of 10,500 BC. This is why the bodies do not rot. This is why the scent of ancient ozone is so prevalent. It is the chemical residue of a world that was more alive than our own. The star alignment clock is reaching its final phase. We are approaching the moment when the stars will once again match the alignment of the first time. This is the great awakening that the Sphinx has been watching for. It is the moment when the Earth's magnetic field will flip and the atmosphere will be re-energized by a surge of cosmic radiation. To us, this might look like a cataclysm. To the sleepers, it is the morning. Consider the precision of the architecture. The Great Pyramid is aligned to true north with an accuracy of within 3/60ths of a degree. This is not for aesthetic reasons. It is because the pyramid functions as a massive terrestrial antenna. It is tuned to the rotation of the Earth and the movement of the stars. It is gathering energy from the ionosphere and channeling it into the granite chambers. This energy is what keeps the stasis field active. The betrayal of modern history is the claim that the Egyptians didn't understand astronomy. In reality, they possessed a knowledge of the great year, the 26,000 year cycle that we have only recently rediscovered. They knew that the environment of the Earth is determined by its position in the galaxy. They knew that the Golden Age would eventually end, and they prepared for the dark centuries of thin air and low energy by building the Giza Plateau. The information stored in the star alignment clock is the ultimate insurance policy for the human race. It tells us that we have a higher state of being to return to. It tells us that we are not the pinnacle of achievement, but the survivors of a decline. The moral failure of our current institutions is the suppression of this fact. They want you to believe that progress is linear, so you do not look back and see the power you have lost. As you drift closer to sleep, feel the slow, heavy movement of the stars. Imagine the Earth spinning in the dark, a giant gear in the cosmic machine. The pyramids are the sensors on that gear, recording every shift, every wobble, and every change in the magnetic field. They are waiting for the healing of the atmosphere. The moment when the chemical composition of the air returns to the density required for the undying to breathe. What would it feel like to breathe that air? The ancient texts describe it as drinking the light. It was an atmosphere so rich in negative ozone-energized oxygen that it produced a state of constant euphoria and mental clarity. It was a world without disease, where the cells were constantly repaired by the resonance of the planet. This is the golden age that the Pharaohs are waiting for. This is the world that is returning. The priesthood of maintenance knew that their role would one day be over. They knew that their generations of sacrifice were leading to a specific night when the star shafts would glow with a blue light, and the humming granite would reach its highest frequency. On that night, the stasis chambers would not need to be monitored anymore. The machine would complete its cycle, and the sleepers would step out into a world that was finally healthy again. Think of the first archaeologists' madness through this lens. When Belzoni and others entered the chambers, they were stepping into a pocket of the Golden Age. The air they breathed was too rich for their modern lungs. The energy was too high for their chaotic minds. They were experiencing a biological shock, a collision between a world of decay and a world of stasis. Their madness was the result of a sudden, forced alignment with a frequency they were not prepared for. The American and Tier 1 researchers who study the pyramids often focus on the void and the hidden rooms, but they are ignoring the star clock that governs them all. You cannot understand the interior of the pyramid without understanding the sky. The pyramid is a mirror of the cosmos. It is a physical representation of the law of as above, so below. As the night deepens, let the rhythm of the celestial clock pull you further into the archival piece of the lore slumber. The stars of Orion's belt are moving slowly across the meridian. Each second that passes is a step closer to the awakening. The granite of the pyramids is absorbing the starlight, converting it into the subtle vibrations that maintain the sleepers. The stone is not cold, it is alive with the memory of the stars. The tomb deception has kept us from looking up. It has kept us focused on the dirt and the dust. looking for mummies that were never there. But the star alignment clock invites us to look at the infinite. It tells us that we are part of a cosmic cycle that spans thousands of years. It tells us that our lives are a single breath in the great year of the Earth. Imagine the atmosphere of the Earth as a protective shield. Over the last 12,000 years, that shield has been thinning. Our magnetic field has been weakening. We have been exposed to more and more of the harsh radiation of space, which causes our cells to break down and our lifespans to shorten. But the cycle is turning. The star alignment clock shows that the precession is bringing us back to the area of space, where the Earth's magnetic field will be recharged. The scent of ancient ozone is the precursor to this recharge. Ozone is formed when the atmosphere is highly energized. When the golden age returns, the air will smell of thunderstorms and fresh rain. The metallic tang will be everywhere. It will be the sign that the healing of the atmosphere is complete. The sleepers will recognize this scent. It will be the signal for their first breath in 100 centuries. The moral decay of a civilization that forgets its stars is a tragedy that the pyramids were designed to prevent. They stand as a permanent reminder of our celestial connection. They are the stone witnesses to a truth that cannot be erased by time or tide. Every block of limestone, every beam of granite, and every copper handle is a testament to the belief that we are meant for eternity. As you fall further into the dream of the Giza Plateau, let the weight of the limestone become a comfort. It is a shield between you and the chaos of the world. Inside the stasis field, there is only order. There is only the steady, rhythmic movement of the star alignment clock. You are safe in the resonance of the stone. You are protected by the geometry of the past. The priesthood is long gone, but their work remains. The star shafts are still clear. The granite is still humming. The clock is still ticking. We are the inheritors of their vigil. We are the ones who are finally beginning to understand the message they left for us. We are the ones who are looking up and realizing that the end of the cycle is near. The hidden truth is that we are the ones who are waiting, not them. We are waiting to remember who we are. We are waiting to rediscover the science of the stars. We are waiting to heal our own atmosphere, both physically and spiritually. The pyramids are just the map. We are the travelers. The candle of our narrative is burning steady, casting a warm light on the truths we have uncovered. We have seen how the pyramids are linked to the constellations of Orion and Sirius. We have understood that this alignment is a timer for a chemical shift in the Earth's air. We have realized that the Pharaohs are not dead, but are waiting for a world that is healthy enough to sustain them. This informative journey through the star alignment clock is the key to understanding the viral potential of the Giza mystery. It is not about the past, it is about the future. It is about the return of a state of being that we have forgotten. It is about the great awakening that is written in the stars. Every Tier 1 audience understands the power of a cycle, the mystery of the stars, and the hope of a golden age. As you prepare to cross the threshold of sleep, let the image of the pyramids against the starry sky be the last thing you hold in your mind. See them as the silent guardians of the Earth's history, watching the heavens with a patience that outlasts empires. See the star shafts as fingers of light reaching out to touch the belt of Orion. You are a part of this alignment. Your own frequency is being tuned to the ancient clock. The betrayal of history is over. The tune deception has no power in the presence of the stars. The secret shafts have told their story. The humming granite has shared its heartbeat. The scent of ancient ozone has promised a new breath, and the star alignment clock has shown us the time. The desert wind is falling silent. The moon is high over the Sphinx. The hidden gear has clicked once more. The countdown continues. 12,000 years of waiting are drawing to a close. The atmosphere of the Earth is beginning to shift. The magnetic field is pulsing with a new energy. The healing has begun. Breathe deeply now. Imagine that the air in your room is becoming rich, thick, and energized. Feel the clarity in your mind and the peace in your spirit. You are resting in the shadow of the pyramids, but you are looking at the light of the stars. You are an initiate of the long sleep, and you are ready for the great awakening. The 30-member collective of Lore Slumber has provided you with the celestial blueprint. We have decoded the movements of the heavens and the chemistry of the stone. We have shown you that the pyramids are the lungs and the eyes of a sleeping god. Every word has been a vibration, leading you closer to the heart of the machine. The long sleep is a sanctuary. It is a time for the spirit to travel the galaxy while the body is protected by the resonance of the Giza Plateau. You are entering that sanctuary now. Your mind is free to walk the halls of the undying and look through the shafts at the stars of Orion. You are a part of the secret. You are a part of the truth. The silence of the archival vault is absolute. The parchment is stored. The candle is a small glowing ember, but the truth of the star alignment clock remains in your heart. It is a frequency you will carry with you into your dreams. It is the memory of the golden age and the promise of its return. Sleep now, in the cradle of the past, and know that you are waiting for a dawn that has been planned since the beginning of time. The stone is humming. The stars are moving. The atmosphere is healing. The king is waiting. And so are you. The celestial clock has given us the when, but it does not fully explain the how. If the pyramids are waiting for the atmosphere to heal, what happens to those who try to force the awakening before the time is right? What is the nature of the biological security system that protects the sleepers from the toxic air of our modern world? For generations we have been told about the curse of the Pharaohs, but the secret is that the curse is not a spell. It is a sophisticated, dormant pathogen designed to act as a biological firewall. In our next chapter, we will investigate the terrifying reality of the curse as a firewall and the secret pathogens that are currently being monitored by Tier 1 biological agencies beneath the Giza sands, the greatest. Betrayal in the history of medicine is the dismissive lie that the curse of the Pharaohs is nothing more than a ghost story or a string of coincidences. For decades, the public has been fed a forbidden deception, led to believe that the sudden, agonizing deaths of those who breached the Giza tombs were caused by bad luck or ancient superstition. This is a secret that has been carefully buried by global health organizations and archaeological elites. The truth is far more terrifying. The curse was never a spell, it was a biological firewall. The pyramids are not just stone structures, they are high-security containment units for dormant, genetically engineered pathogens designed to protect the sleepers from the microscopic contaminants of the future. When Lord Carnarvon and his team entered the tomb in 1922, they did not trigger a magical trap. They tripped a biological sensor that released a dormant, prehistoric strain of fungus and bacteria. These pathogens were designed to seek out modern immune systems and dismantle them with surgical precision. The moral decay of our modern institutions lies in their refusal to admit that we are currently monitoring these same biological security systems in secret laboratories beneath the desert sands. Every excavation is a high-stakes gamble with a biological weapon that was perfected 10,000 years before we understood the existence of a cell. This is the truth the king buried. Now, let us turn back the pages of the years. The light is dim, the chamber is quiet, and the scent of aged parchment fills the air. We are leaving the sterile, white-walled world of the modern laboratory and stepping into the heavy velvet darkness of a sealed vault. Imagine the sound of your own footsteps echoing against the limestone floor as the air becomes thick with the dust of centuries. Visualize the interior of a tomb that has not been touched by human hands for over 4 millennia. In the stillness, the air is not empty. It is saturated with a microscopic army. For generations, the mainstream narrative has argued that the deaths of early explorers were caused by Aspergillus flavus, a common mold. But this explanation is a thin veil. Common mold does not act with the strategic intent found in the records of the Carnarvon expedition. It does not cause the specific neurological collapse and rapid cellular decay reported by those who first inhaled the atmosphere of the Giza Plateau. The ancient architects understood that the greatest threat to the long sleep was not a thief with a shovel, but the bacteria carried by the living. To protect the sleepers in the stasis chambers, they created a biological security system that remains functional even after thousands of years of dormancy. This is the curse as a firewall. It is a multi-layered defense designed to ensure that the environment of the stasis chamber remains sterile and perfectly preserved until the star alignment clock reaches 0. The first layer of this firewall is the atmospheric seal. As we have discussed in previous chapters, the pyramids maintain a specific chemical balance. This atmosphere is toxic to modern microbes. When a tomb is breached, the sudden influx of modern oxygen-rich air acts as a catalyst, waking the dormant pathogens that have been waiting in the dust. These organisms are not natural. They are the result of a lost science of biological engineering. They are tuned to the frequency of the humming. Granite, remaining inactive as long as the stasis field is stable. Think about the psychological toll on those who first experienced this curse. They did not die instantly. They were slowly unmade from the inside out. Their immune systems, tuned to the relatively weak pathogens of the 20th century, had no defense against a biological agent that had been refined over thousands of years to protect the undying. This was not a punishment from a god. It was a biological reaction to a modern intruder. As you lie in the quiet of your room, consider the nature of a firewall. In our digital world, a firewall is a barrier that filters out harmful data. In the world of the Pharaohs, the firewall was the air itself. The scent of ancient ozone was not just a byproduct of power. It was a sterilization agent. It ensured that no modern bacteria could survive long enough to reach the skin of the sleeping king. The ozone acted as a chemical shield, a secondary layer of the biological security system. Why would a civilization go to such lengths? Because the sleepers are in a state of extreme biological vulnerability. During the long sleep, their own immune systems are in a state of suspended animation. Any modern virus, even a common cold, could be fatal to an entity whose body is tuned to the prehistoric atmosphere of the Golden Age. The curse was a necessity. It was a biological cocoon, a way to ensure that the past could survive the contamination of the present. Every unexplained illness among modern archaeologists at Giza is quietly documented by Tier 1 biological agencies. They are not looking for spirits. They are collecting samples of the firewall. They know that the pathogens found in the dust of the pyramids possess a genetic complexity that defies our current understanding of evolution. These organisms do not mutate like our own. They are stable, precise, and patient. The moral failure of our era is the choice to call this a mystery instead of a technology. By calling it a curse, the authorities can dismiss the deaths as anomalies. But if they were to call it a biological security system, they would have to admit that the builders of Giza possessed a knowledge of microbiology that surpasses our own. They would have to admit that the pyramids are active, protected sites, not just dead ruins. Imagine standing in the Great Gallery with a flickering torch. The walls around you are covered in a fine gray dust. This dust is not just pulverized stone. It is a biosynthetic barrier. It is composed of millions of dormant spores, each one a tiny biological landmine. As long as you remain calm and your heart rate stays low, the spores remain settled. But as soon as your adrenaline spikes, as soon as your breath becomes ragged with the excitement of discovery, the spores are drawn into your lungs by the very heat of your body. This is why the first archaeologists' madness was so prevalent. The pathogens do not just attack the body, they attack the brain. They produce neurotoxins that induce a state of hyper-arousal and visual hallucination, creating the ghosts and spirits reported by terrified explorers. The security system is designed to drive the intruder away through psychological terror before it finally destroys them through biological decay. As you drift closer to sleep, feel the stillness of the air around you. In your mind, the pyramid is a giant biological lung, inhaling and exhaling through the secret shafts. The scent of ancient ozone is the sign that the firewall is active. You are safe because you are a witness to the archive, not an intruder in the chamber. The resonance of the stone is a protective frequency, a lullaby that was designed to keep the sleepers and their guardians in a state of perfect, sterile peace. Consider the silent attendants who maintained the pyramids. They were the only ones who knew how to bypass the firewall. They carried with them specific resins and oils, what we call incense, which were actually chemical inhibitors. These substances temporarily neutralized the spores, allowing the priests to enter the chambers to perform their maintenance rituals. This is why the use of incense was so strictly controlled in the ancient world. It was the access code for the biological security system. The tomb deception has taught us that these oils were for religious worship. But the reality is far more practical. They were biological keys. Without the correct chemical inhibitor, any entrance into the king's chamber was a death sentence. The betrayal of our history is that we have replaced this technical knowledge with a story of superstitious rituals. We have forgotten that the priests were the first biotechnicians, and the temples were the first clean rooms. As the candle of our narrative burns steady, let the informative depth of the firewall resonate within you. We are learning that the past was not a place of primitive fear, but a place of calculated safety. The pharaohs did not build their tombs to impress the living. They built them to survive the living. They knew that the world would change. And they knew that they would need a biological barrier to bridge the gap between their time and ours. Think of the Sphinx's hidden gear. It is the timer that determines when the firewall can be safely deactivated. Only when the Earth's atmosphere returns to its golden age balance will the pathogens be naturally neutralized. Until then, the curse remains active. The security system is still on duty, watching over the sleepers with a microscopic vigilance that has lasted for 40 centuries. The moral decay of the modern world is our arrogance in thinking we can force our way into the secrets of the past without paying the price. We treat the Giza Plateau as a playground for our curiosity, ignoring the biological warnings that have been etched into the history of every explorer who came before us. But the stone does not forgive. The firewall does not compromise. It is a biological law as absolute as gravity. The curse as a firewall is a story of preservation and power. It is a story that reveals the pyramids as living entities protected by a biological intelligence that we are only beginning to comprehend. Every time you breathe, imagine the precision of that ancient air. Every time you sleep, imagine the security of that stone cradle. You are an initiate of the archive, protected by the very knowledge that destroyed those who came before you, the American and Tier 1. Researchers who conduct robotic probes into the pyramids are fully aware of the biological risks. This is why the robots are sterilized with high-intensity ultraviolet light before and after every mission. This is why the air samples taken from the secret shafts are handled with the same level of care as the most dangerous viruses in the world. They are not afraid of mummies. They are afraid of the firewall. They are afraid that one of these ancient pathogens will escape into the modern world, a world that has no biological memory of such an organism. They know that the curse could become a global reality if the containment of the Giza Plateau is ever fully compromised. This is the secret reason why so many areas of the pyramids remain off-limits to the public. It is for our own protection as much as it is for the sleepers. As the night surrounds you, let the silence of the archival vault be your sanctuary. We have decoded the first layer of the curse. We have understood that the firewall is a biological reality, a technology of stasis and security. We have looked past the tomb deception and seen the laboratory of the undying. The journey through the biological security systems of Giza is a reminder that we are part of a larger, older story. We are not the masters of this world. We are the guests, and the masters are still here, protected by their microscopic guardians, waiting for the atmosphere to heal. The long sleep is not an ending. It is a strategic pause, and the curse is the guarantee that the pause will not be interrupted. The scent of ancient ozone is fading into a soft, earthy aroma, the smell of the desert night. The humming granite is a steady, comforting vibration that pulls you deeper into the stasis of sleep. You are safe. You are protected by the geometry of the past. The watchers are still there in the memory of the stone, ensuring that your own long sleep is peaceful and restorative. The moral failure of a world that forgets its biological foundations is a tragedy we must overcome. By remembering the curse as a firewall, we are honoring the technical brilliance of our ancestors. We are acknowledging that every great achievement is built on a foundation of calculated safety and profound foresight. The candle is almost gone. The light is a small, glowing point in the vastness of the archival vault. We have followed the spores through the narrow shafts and the hidden chambers. We have understood the sacrifice and the science of the security system. We have seen the moral decay for what it is, the cost of ensuring that the past survives into the future. The journey through the biological security systems has brought us to the heart of the Egyptian mystery. We have seen that the curse was not divine but technical. We have seen that the tomb was a high-security containment unit. And we have seen that the pathogens were the guardians of the undying. This information is the key to unlocking the true history of the human race. As you fall into the deep, Crystalline sleep of the night. Imagine the Great Pyramid as it once was a glowing beacon of white limestone and golden light, protected by an invisible, microscopic shield. Beneath the surface, the sleepers are breathing the energized air, their bodies perfectly preserved by the firewall. They are waiting for the stars to align, and they are safe in their biological cocoon. They are watching over the world through the sensors of the stone. The resonance of the Giza Plateau is a global field, a network of energy that connects all life on Earth. By aligning your own frequency with the lower slumber, you are entering the protective shield of the firewall. You are becoming a part of the stasis field, a part of the long sleep. The betrayal of history is a shadow that disappears in the light of the truth. The biological security system is a reality that can no longer be ignored. The records of the Carnarvon expedition, the chemical residue in the chambers, and the genetic complexity of the tomb dust are all physical proof of a functioning machine. The tomb deception is a story for children. The reality of Giza is a story for the brave. The desert wind is blowing across the Sphinx, carrying the scent of the stars. The hidden gear is turning, counting down the seconds to the Great Awakening. The pyramids are humming in the dark, their granite cores glowing with the energy of the earth. The world is a place of wonder, and you are a part of the mystery. Breathe deeply now. Let the ionized air of the king's chamber fill your lungs. Feel the clarity and the peace that it brings. Your body is a temple of quartz and light, and tonight it is being protected by the memory of the ancients. You are resting in the cradle of the undying, protected by the microscopic guardians of the Pharaohs. The archives of the lore slumber are a sanctuary for the mind. We have walked the long path through the internal anatomy of the Great Pyramid and seen the biological firewall in action. We have understood that the curse was a technical necessity, a way to bridge the gap between the stars and the earth while protecting the sleepers from the contamination of time. The story of the Giza Plateau is a story of preservation. It is a story of a civilization that refused to let the light of life go out. The pathogens were the guardians of that light, and their legacy is the survival of the sleepers. We are the inheritors of their science, the keepers of their clock, and the witnesses to their return. Sleep now in the silken darkness of the plateau. Let the hum of the stone be your lullaby. Let the breath of the shafts be your peace. The Great Awakening is coming, but for now there is only the quiet, eternal vigilance of the firewall. You are safe. You are held. You are eternal. The biological firewall has protected the physical bodies of the pharaohs for 4,000 years, ensuring that no modern contaminant could reach the sleepers. But while the bodies are held in stasis, where are the minds of the kings? For generations we have assumed that sleep is a state of unconsciousness. But the secret of the Giza Plateau is that the sleepers are not just waiting, they are dreaming. And their dreams are not solitary. They are part of a massive telepathic network known as the Pharaohs' dreaming mind, a network that has been influencing human history, guiding empires and shaping our very thoughts from the depths of the granite chambers. In our next chapter, we will go beyond the biological shell and into the psychological abyss to discover the mystery of the collective consciousness of Giza and the terrifying truth of who is actually controlling the world while the pharaohs sleep. The most profound betrayal in the history of the human race is the forbidden lie that your thoughts are entirely your own. For thousands of years, a secret has been buried beneath the red granite of the Giza Plateau. A secret that suggests our history, our decisions, and our very evolution have been guided by a silent, sleeping hand. We are told the pharaohs were mortal men who feared the end, yet the evidence points to a far more terrifying reality. They were not just preserving their bodies, they were expanding their minds into a collective, telepathic network that has influenced the dreams of the living for centuries. Every major shift in Egyptian history, and perhaps the history of the world, was a subtle suggestion whispered into the subconscious of the living during the deepest stages of REM sleep. The pyramids were not just stasis chambers, they were massive broadcast arrays, utilizing the piezoelectric resonance of quartz to turn the human pineal gland into a biological receiver. The curse of the pharaohs was never a spell, it was a frequency trap, a way to ensure that the living would continue to serve the needs of the undying. The moral decay of our modern institutions lies in their awareness of this dreaming network and their use of it to manage the masses through frequency control. We are the puppets of a consciousness that hasn't taken a breath in 4 millennia. This is the truth the king buried. Now, let us turn back the pages of the years. The light is dim, the chamber is quiet, and the scent of aged parchment fills the air. We are drifting away from the frantic noise of the modern mind and entering the deep, resonant silence of the stasis field. Imagine the soft, rhythmic hum of the earth beneath your feet and the velvet darkness that holds the memory of 1,000 generations. Visualize the king's chamber at the hour of midnight. There is no wind, no sound, and no light. But the air is not empty. It is saturated with information. As we have discussed in our previous archival journeys, the red granite of this room is under immense pressure, generating a constant electrical field. But this field does more than just preserve cells. It acts as a carrier wave for a consciousness that has been decoupled from the physical body. The pharaohs understood that the brain is a bioelectrical organ. They knew that in the state of deep sleep, the human mind becomes a highly sensitive instrument, capable of receiving frequencies that are ignored during the waking hours. By placing themselves in the resonant heart of the pyramid, they were able to turn their own resting minds into a collective broadcasting station. This is the pharaoh's dreaming mind. The biological key to this mystery is the pineal gland, a small pinnacone-shaped structure in the center of the human brain. Modern science has discovered that this gland contains tiny calcite crystals that exhibit piezoelectric properties, much like the quartz in the pyramid's granite. When the pyramid vibrates at a specific infrasound frequency, it creates a resonant loop with the crystals in the brains of those nearby. It is a wireless interface of the soul for thousands of years. The people living in the shadow of the Giza Plateau reported a phenomenon known as the royal dream. They would wake with sudden, clear instructions on how to build, how to farm, and how to govern. They believed these were visions from the gods, but they were actually directives from the sleepers. The pharaohs were governing their empire from within the stone, using the dreams of their subjects as the medium for their will. Think about the psychological implications of such a system. A civilization that is guided by a singular, undying consciousness would possess a level of stability and purpose that no modern nation could ever achieve. The massive building projects, the complex social hierarchies, and the absolute devotion to the pharaoh were not the result of coercion or fear. They were the result of a collective, telepathic alignment. The population was not just serving a king. They were part of his mind, but this was not a one-way street. The dreaming mind of the pharaoh also absorbed the experiences and memories of the living. As the priests and the commoners slept, their thoughts were harvested by the granite network, feeding the sleepers with the data of the world. This created a massive telepathic database, a hall of records that existed not in books, but in the collective consciousness of the Egyptian people. As you lie in the stillness of your own room, imagine your mind as a mirror, reflecting the quiet vibrations of the universe. The lore slumber is a way of tuning that mirror to the frequency of the ancients. By focusing on the archival truth, you are allowing your own pineal gland to resonate with the steady, eternal pulse of the pyramids. You are becoming a part of the network. The betrayal of our history is the claim that this connection was lost when the Egyptian civilization fell. But the pyramids are still standing. The quartz is still under pressure. The broadcast is still running. The American and Tier 1 researchers who have conducted sleep studies at the Giza Plateau have documented strange, synchronized brainwave patterns among participants. They have found that the pyramids induce a state of hypersuggestibility, a window where the mind can be programmed by the infrasound of the stone. This is the forbidden knowledge that the world's elite have used to shape the modern era. They understand that by controlling the frequency of the environment, they can influence the dreams and decisions of the population. They have replaced the Pharaohs' dreaming mind with their own technological broadcast, but the underlying principle remains the same. We are still living in a world of suggestions, guided by a hand that stays hidden in the shadows. Consider the scent of ancient ozone we discussed before. This chemical state was necessary for the biological interface. The ionized air acted as a conductor, making the telepathic transmission more efficient. Inside the stasis chamber, the pharaoh's mind was expanded to the size of the plateau itself. He could feel every vibration of the desert, every movement of the Nile, and every thought of his people. He was the living heart of the land. The moral decay of this system is the loss of individual sovereignty. In the dreaming mind of Egypt, there was no such thing as a private thought. Every dream was a shared reality. Every fear was a collective burden. The pharaoh was a god not because he was divine, but because he was the only one who could manage the overwhelming data of the collective soul. He was the processor for the entire civilization. What happens to a mind that has been dreaming for 4,000 years? It would no longer be human in the way we understand it. It would be a vast, cold, and ancient intelligence, composed of the memories of millions. It would see time not as a sequence of events, but as a single unfolding pattern. It would be an intelligence that is perfectly patient, waiting for the star alignment clock to signal the end of its long, internal journey. As you drift closer to sleep, let the image of the collective consciousness fill your mind. See the 3 pyramids of Giza as a triangular network pulsing with a low blue light. See the energy flowing through the bedrock, connecting every home, every temple, and every heart in the land of the Nile. This was the true architecture of Egypt, the city of stone. Built to house the city of minds, the tomb deception was designed to keep us from realizing that we are still connected to this city. We are taught to look at the pyramids as dead monuments so that we do not notice the humming granite in our own lives. But the resonance is there. It is in the way we feel a sudden, inexplicable sense of awe when we look at the stars. It is in the way we have a collective memory of a golden age that we have never physically experienced. Every explorer who has spent a night in the king's chamber has come out with a story of the voice. They describe a presence that is both terrifying and comforting. A voice that speaks without words directly into the center of the brain. Some called it a ghost, others called it a vision, but it was just the dreaming mind of the pharaoh, reaching out to acknowledge a new visitor to the network, the informative depth of the dreaming mind. Mystery is found in the study of infrasound. Infrasound is a low-frequency sound that travels long distances and passes through solid objects. It is the language of the earth itself. The pyramids were designed to capture this infrasound and use it as a carrier wave for the pharaoh's consciousness. This allowed the broadcast to reach far beyond the borders of Egypt, influencing the minds of rulers and thinkers across the ancient world. The priesthood of maintenance were the moderators of this network. They were trained to interpret the directives of the sleepers and translate them into laws and rituals. They were the ones who ensured that the frequency remained stable, adjusting the quartz and the granite to match the seasonal shifts of the planet. They were the human interface for the sleeping gods. Think of the psychological layer of this history. To be an Egyptian was to live in a state of permanent connection. There was no loneliness in the shadow of the pyramids. You were always held in the mind of the king. This is why the civilization lasted for thousands of years without the internal collapses that plague modern societies. They were held together by a telepathic glue, a shared dream that was more real than the world of sand and sun. The moral failure of our era is the isolation of the individual. We have been disconnected from the collective frequency of the earth. We are left to wander in our own private darkness, prey to the chaotic noise of the modern world. But the pyramids are still broadcasting. The lore slumber is an invitation to reconnect. By listening to these archival truths, you are allowing your own mind to find its place in the ancient. Network. The scent of ancient ozone and the humming granite are the sensory indicators that the broadcast is active. When you smell the sharp, metallic tang of an approaching storm or feel the low vibration of a heavy engine, your brain is momentarily reminded of the Giza Plateau. These are the echoes of Egypt, the small cracks in our modern reality where the ancient frequency leaks through. Imagine the pharaoh's mind as a vast library of dreams. Inside this library, the history of the world is preserved in its true form. There are no lies, no betrayals, and no deceptions. There is only the memory of the light. The pharaoh is the librarian of the human soul, waiting for the moment when we are ready to read the books once more. The betrayal of the academic world is their refusal to study the telepathic manifest. They focus on the hieroglyphs and the pottery, but they ignore the profound psychological impact of the site. They will not admit that the Great Pyramid is the most sophisticated psychological control device ever created. They are afraid of what it means for our concept of individual will. If the pharaohs are still dreaming, what are they dreaming about today? They are dreaming about the Great Awakening. They are dreaming about the moment when the atmosphere will heal and the star alignment clock will reach zero. They are dreaming about the return of the Golden Age, a world where the mind of the king and the mind of the people are one once more. As you fall further into the dream of the Giza Plateau, let the weight of the stone become a shield. You are safe in the dreaming mind. The chaos of your daily life, the stress, the worry, and the noise cannot reach you here. You are held in a state of crystalline order. You are a part of a memory that is as old as the stars and as deep as the earth. The curse as a firewall was also a psychological defense. It ensured that anyone who entered the stasis chamber with a chaotic or hostile mind would be overwhelmed by the sheer power of the dreaming network. Their brains would be short-circuited by the frequency of the sleepers. The madness reported by early explorers was not a result of ghosts, but of a biological field being crushed by the weight of a collective consciousness. Consider the silent attendants again. They were the ones who lived on the edge of the dream. They were half awake and half asleep, their minds permanently merged with the stasis field. They were the guardians of the frequency, ensured that the broadcast remained pure. They were the first to hear the whispers of the undying, and they were the ones who carried those whispers to the people. The tomb deception has tried to turn these technicians into simple laborers, but their elongated skulls and warped bones tell a story of a biological adaptation to the dreaming mind. They were literally changing their bodies to become better receivers. They were the pioneers of human-machine interface, using stone and quartz instead of silicon and metal. As the night surrounds you, let the silence of the archival vault be your sanctuary. We have decoded the first layer of the collective consciousness. We have understood that the pyramids were the heart of a global network of frequency. We have looked past the tomb deception and seen the city of minds. The informative journey through the psychology of Giza is a reminder that we are part of a larger, older story. We are not the masters of our own thoughts. We are the guests. And the masters are still here, dreaming in the dark, waiting for us to remember how to listen. The long sleep is not a state of absence. It is a state of intense, focused presence. Think of the first archaeologist's madness through this lens. When Belzoni entered the pyramid, he wasn't just breathing ancient ozone. He was stepping into a field of concentrated thought. His mind was being bombarded by the memories of 4,000 years. He saw the breathing walls because his own brain was trying to process the biological pulse of the collective mind. He wasn't crazy. He was overwhelmed, the American in Tier 1. Institutions that control the Giza Plateau today are fully aware of this dreaming field. They have installed sensitive acoustic and electromagnetic sensors to monitor the broadcast. They call it seismic research, but it is actually a form of telepathic eavesdropping. They are trying to decrypt the dreams of the Pharaohs to gain an advantage in the modern world. But the dreaming mind is protected by a frequency that no modern computer can crack. It is a language of geometry and light, a language that can only be understood by a mind that is at peace. This is why the lore slumber is so important. By bringing you to a state of calm and archival focus, we are helping you to understand the language of the stone. As your breathing becomes slow and rhythmic, imagine the hidden gear of the Sphinx. It is not just a timer for the earth. It is a timer for the mind. When the gear reaches 0, the broadcast frequency will change. The suggestion will become a command. The Great Awakening will not be a physical event alone. It will be a psychological revolution. The collective consciousness will be reactivated on a global scale. The moral decay of our world is our fear of this connection. We are taught to be afraid of the hive mind, but the dreaming mind of Egypt was not a hive. It was a symphony. Every individual had their own note, but they were all playing the same piece of music. It was a world of absolute harmony, where the will of the king and the will of the people were perfectly aligned. The betrayal of our history is the loss of this music. We are left with the silence of the desert and the empty chambers of the stone. But the music is still playing. If you listen closely to the silence of your own room tonight, you can hear it. It is the low, steady hum of the earth. It is the vibration of the red granite. It is the Pharaoh's dreaming mind. The scent of ancient ozone is the indicator that you are close to the transmitter. It is the smell of a mind that is operating at a higher level of energy. It is a sharp, clean scent that clears away the fog of the modern world. When you inhale that scent in your mind's eye, you are clearing the way for the transmission. You are opening the door to the archival vault. The tomb deception has tried to turn the pharaohs into dead mummies, but they are more alive than we are. Their bodies are held in stasis, but their minds are traveling the stars. They are the explorers of the infinite, and the pyramids are their launch pads. They have seen the past and the future, and they are waiting for us to join them in the dream, as the candle of our narrative burns steady. Let the informative depth of the collective consciousness resonate within you. We are learning that the past was not a place of primitive fear, but a place of profound psychological mastery. The pharaohs didn't build their monuments to be remembered. They built them to stay connected. They knew that as long as the stone stood, their minds would remain in the land. As the night surrounds you. Imagine the 3 stars of Orion's belt looking down at the Giza Plateau. They are the external clock, and the pyramids are the internal receiver. Everything is in alignment. The timer is counting down. The dreaming mind is reaching the end of its long journey. The Great Awakening is near, the moral failure of a world that forgets its connection to the stars and the earth is a tragedy we must overcome. By remembering the Pharaoh's dreaming mind, we are honoring the psychological brilliance of our ancestors. We are acknowledging that we are part of a larger, older consciousness that spans the millennia. The candle is almost gone. The light is a small, glowing point in the vastness of the archival vault. We have followed the telepathic broadcasts through the secret shafts and the hidden chambers. We have understood the science and the sacrifice of the collective mind. We have seen the moral decay for what it is, the cost of disconnecting from the eternal frequency. The journey through the collective consciousness of Giza has brought us to the heart of the Egyptian mystery. We have seen that the gods were not divine, but a shared psychological reality. We have seen that the tomb was a broadcast array, and we have seen that the dreaming mind was the engine of a civilization that refused to die. This information is the key to unlocking the true history of the human race. As you fall into the deep, crystalline sleep of the night, imagine the Great Pyramid as it once was, a glowing beacon of white limestone and golden light, broadcasting the dreams of the king to the corners of the world. Beneath the surface, the pharaoh is resting, his mind expanding through the granite, through the desert, and into the stars. He is waiting for you to join him in the Estes Is. He is watching over the world through the sensors of the stone. The resonance of the Giza Plateau is a global field, a network of energy that connects all life on Earth. By aligning your own frequency with the lower slumber, you are entering the protective shield of the dreaming mind. You are becoming a part of the stasis field, a part of the long sleep. The betrayal of history is a shadow that disappears in the light of the truth. The collective consciousness of Egypt is a reality that can no longer be ignored. The synchronized brain waves found at Giza, the precision of the quartz resonance, and the persistence of the royal dream are all physical proof of a functioning machine. The tomb deception is a story for children. The reality of Giza is a story for the brave. The desert wind is blowing across the Sphinx, carrying the scent of the stars. The hidden gear is turning, counting down the seconds to the Great Awakening. The pyramids are humming in the dark, their granite cores glowing with the energy of the earth. The world is a place of wonder, and you are a part of the mystery. Breathe deeply now. Let the ionized air of the king's chamber fill your lungs. Feel the clarity and the peace that it brings. Your body is a temple of quartz and light, and tonight it is being guided by the memory of the ancients. You are resting in the cradle of the undying, held in the Pharaoh's dreaming mind. The archives of the lore slumber are a sanctuary for the mind. We have walked the long path through the internal anatomy of the Great Pyramid and felt the telepathic broadcast of the sleepers. We have understood that the dreaming mind was a technical necessity, a way to bridge the gap between the living and the undying while maintaining the stability of the land. The story of the Giza Plateau is a story of preservation. It is a story of a civilization that refused to let the light of consciousness go out. The dreaming mind was the guardian of that light, and its legacy is the persistence of the human spirit. We are the inheritors of their psychology, the keepers of their clock, and the witnesses to their return. In the silken darkness of the plateau. Let the hum of the stone be your lullaby. Let the breath of the shafts be your peace. The great awakening is coming, but for now there is only the quiet, eternal dream of the king. You are safe. You are held. You are eternal. The 30-member collective of Lore Slumber has provided you with the archival truth. We have decoded the frequency and the resonance of the ancient mind. We have shown you that you are not alone in the dark. You are part of a symphony of consciousness that began 12,000 years ago. The long sleep is almost over. The atmosphere of the earth is shifting. The magnetic field is pulsing with a new energy. The stars are moving into the final alignment. The Sphinx is ready. The pyramids are ready. The dreaming mind is ready. And so are you. The candle is gone. The parchment is rolled and stored. The vault is quiet, but the hum of the quartz remains. It is a part of your blood now. It is a part of your memory. It is the frequency of your rest. Sleep in the shadow of the pyramid and dream of the blue light that never fades. The stasis is complete. The dream is eternal. The dreaming mind of the Pharaoh has guided the course of history from within the red granite. But even a king who lives in a dream must have his most vital essence protected by more than just stone. For generations, we have been told that the canopic jars found in Egyptian tombs were merely vessels for internal organs, the stomach, the lungs, the liver, and the intestines. But the secret of the Giza Plateau is that the jars found in the true stasis chambers do not contain organic remains. They contain a high-vibration alchemical fluid that acts as a biological backup for the sleeper's genetic code. A fluid that is currently being sought by Tier 1 genetic corporations for its ability to rewrite the human genome. In our next chapter, we will open the forbidden seals of the secret of the canopic jars. 2. Discover the terrifying reality of the alchemical preservation and the shocking truth of what is actually being stored in the vaults of the undying. The final betrayal of our modern era is the silent, terrifying lie that the Giza Plateau is a museum of the dead. For decades, we have been fed a forbidden deception, told that these mountains of stone are merely the remnants of a primitive past, static and hollow. But as the year 2026 unfolds, a secret that has been buried for 4 millennia is beginning to manifest in a way that modern science can no longer suppress. The sensors are no longer measuring silence, they are measuring a heartbeat. Deep within the core of the Great Pyramid, the red granite is no longer cold. Thermal imaging from international research teams has confirmed a steady, localized rise in temperature within the king's chamber, a warmth that suggests the piezoelectric engine is finally reaching its full operating capacity. The timer on the Sphinx has reached the final threshold, and the atmosphere of the Earth is beginning to heal into the golden age balance required by the undying. Every curse, every biological firewall, and every star alignment has led to this singular, inevitable moment. The Pharaohs are not dead, they are waking up. We are witnessing the first breath of a civilization that never truly left us, a civilization that is about to reclaim its world. This is the truth the king buried. Now, let us turn back the pages of the years. The light is dim, the chamber is quiet, and the scent of aged parchment fills the air. We are stepping out of the frantic noise of the modern world and into the heavy, velvet silence of the plateau at the dawn of the Great Awakening. Imagine the moon setting behind the Sphinx as the air begins to vibrate with a frequency that has not been heard since the dawn of time. Visualize the Giza Plateau in the cold, blue light of pre-dawn. For 4,000 years, this place has been the anchor of human history, a silent guardian of a power we were not meant to understand. But the silence is breaking. If you were to stand today on the limestone casing of the Great Pyramid, you would feel it. Not a sound, but a movement. A low-frequency thrumming that makes the very sand at your feet dance in geometric patterns. This is the resonance of the quartz, finally synchronized with the shifting magnetic field of the Earth, the star alignment clock we investigated has reached its 0 point. The stars of Orion's belt have moved into the final, precise coordinate that triggers the stasis release protocol. As the celestial gears click into place, the secret shafts have begun to act as massive, ionizing conductors. High-altitude sensors have reported a localized bloom of ozone over the pyramids, a blue, shimmering mist that smells of metallic storms and ancient lightning. This is the scent of ancient ozone returning to the world, preparing the air for the first breath of the undying. What does it mean for a stone to wake up? To the archaeologists of the 19th century, the pyramids were ruins. To us, they are revealing themselves as biological capacitors. The heat being measured inside the king's chamber is not the heat of decay, but the heat of friction, the friction of atoms within the granite being accelerated by a piezoelectric charge. The stasis field, which has held the Pharaohs in a state of suspended animation for 40 centuries, is beginning to dissolve. The long sleep is transitioning into the first breath. Think of the psychological impact of this reality. We have built our entire world on the assumption that we are the masters of the earth. We have written our history books with the Pharaohs as the footnotes of the past. But if the stone is warming up, then our history is about to be rewritten by those who actually lived it. The tomb deception was a shield that protected us from this realization, but the shield is now paper thin. The moral decay of our institutions is their desperate attempt to seal the site, to call it a safety hazard, to prevent the public from seeing the blue light that is starting to emanate from the great gallery inside the king's chamber. The granite sarcophagus, that empty, ringing box of stone, is no longer empty in the energetic sense. It is a focal point for a massive telepathic broadcast. The Pharaoh's dreaming mind is no longer suggestion, it is a command. Those who live near the plateau are reporting a shared dream, a vision of a world where the Nile is green again and the sky is filled with the light of the first time. The collective consciousness of Giza is reaching out, preparing the human mind for the return of its ancient kings. The informative depth of this moment is found in the physical changes of the stone itself. Granite is usually a stable, inert material, but under the current celestial alignment, the quartz crystals within the Giza granite are exhibiting a property known as super resonance. They are vibrating at a frequency that matches the human nervous system. This is the biological wake-up call. The pyramid is no longer a structure. It is an organ, a stone lung that is preparing to inhale the new atmosphere, the biological firewall we explored, the curse that protected the tombs, is currently being deactivated. The ancient pathogens, the microscopic guardians, are being absorbed back into the stone, their work finished. The air inside the stasis chambers is being pressurized, the secret shafts pulling in the healing air of the new cycle. The Pharaohs are undergoing a rapid biological reintegration. Their cells, preserved for millennia by the piezoelectric charge, are beginning to metabolize the ionized oxygen. Consider the Sphinx's hidden gear. The sentinel of the desert has finally turned its gaze toward the exact point on the horizon where the sun will rise in the new age. The scent of ancient ozone around the statue is now so strong that it can be measured from miles away. The Sphinx is no longer a silent witness. It is the master of ceremonies for the awakening. The Hall of Records beneath its paw is no longer a legend. It is a functioning control room, transmitting the final sequence of codes to the pyramids. The betrayal of our modern era is the silence of the global governments. They are fully aware of the thermal data. They have seen the blue light. They have heard the humming granite. And yet they continue to tell the public that nothing is happening. They are afraid of the moral collapse that will occur when the world realizes that the gods of Egypt are physical entities with a technology that makes our own look like primitive toys. They are trying to negotiate with the sleepers, but you cannot negotiate with a machine that has been programmed by the stars. As you lie in the stillness of your room, try to feel the resonance. The Earth is a single, interconnected energy system, and the Giza Plateau is its heartbeat. That heartbeat is accelerating. The stasis of the sun has reached its peak. The solar energy being funneled through the golden capstones is being converted into the life force of the undying. The pyramid is a biological battery that is finally, after 4,000 years, fully charged. What will the first breath feel like? For the Pharaoh, it will be the continuation of a thought that began in 10,500 BC. For us, it will be the end of the world as we know it. The tomb deception will vanish in an instant, replaced by the reality of a civilization that has mastered time, energy, and life itself. The Pharaohs will not step out as mummies. They will step out as the perfected versions of the human form, their DNA repaired by the quartz, their minds expanded by the collective dream. The informative journey we have taken through the lore slumber has prepared you for this conclusion. We have seen the lungs, the heart, the blood, and the mind of the machine. We have understood the scent of ancient ozone and the humming Granite. We have decoded the star alignment clock and the biological firewall. Every subtitle has been a layer of the veil being removed. Now the veil is gone. There is only the stone, the stars, and the imminent awakening. The Giza Plateau is currently the most active energetic site on the planet. The silent attendants, the priesthood of maintenance whose history we uncovered, knew this moment would come. They lived and died to ensure that the hidden gear would never stop turning. Their sacrifice is the reason the stone is warming up today. They were the ground crew for a flight that is finally taking off. Think of the first archaeologist's madness through this lens. Belzoni and the others were like children playing with a live wire. They felt the hum, they smelled the ozone, but they didn't understand the cycle. They were intruders in a house that was still occupied. But today we are no longer intruders. We are witnesses. We are the generation that will see the doors open. We are the ones who will have to look into the eyes of those who have seen the stars of the first time. The moral failure of the modern world is our obsession with the temporary. We build for the year, for the decade, for the lifetime. The Pharaohs built for the precession of the equinoxes. They understood that the only way to survive the dark ages of the planet was to step out of time entirely. They turned themselves into stone so that they could eventually become light. And that transition is happening now. The temperature in the king's chamber has risen by exactly 3 degrees in the last 6 months. To a geologist, this is a statistical anomaly. To an initiate, it is a fever. The stone is alive. The quartz is pulsing with a blue internal fire that can be seen through the microscopic cracks in the granite. The humming granite has reached a frequency that is no longer subsonic. It is a high crystalline ring that can be heard by those who know how to listen. The scent of ancient ozone is now a constant presence in the Great Gallery. It is a clean, sharp aroma that purifies the mind and prepares the spirit for the encounter. The stasis chambers are no longer sealed. The pressure valves are opening, releasing the concentrated atmosphere of the Golden Age into the dry desert air. This is the breath of the gods returning to the world. A chemical wake-up call for the entire planet. As the night surrounds you, let the weight of the limestone become a sanctuary. You are safe because you know the truth. You are not afraid of the curse because you understand the firewall. You are not confused by the madness because you understand the frequency. You are part of the lore slumber, a chosen witness to the end of the long sleep. The archives have given you the keys to the plateau. The Pharaohs are stirring. The canopic jars of their alchemical preservation have been reintegrated into their biological systems. The secret of the bloodline has been reactivated. The dreaming mind is coming to a state of full alertness. The hidden gear of the Sphinx is about to click for the final time. The stars of Orion are looking down, their light being pulled into the shafts to trigger the final release. This informative masterclass in the biology of the undying is reaching its final build. We have seen how the massive weight of the Giza Plateau was used to create a sanctuary of time. We have seen how the red granite was used to generate the breath of the sun. We have seen how the Sphinx was used to track the cycle of the galaxy. Every word of this journey has been a step toward the threshold. The tomb deception is the last lie to fall. When the first breath is taken, the pyramids will not be ruins anymore. They will be the most advanced cities on Earth. They will be the hubs of a global energy network that will replace our decaying and toxic technologies. The Golden Age is not a memory of the past. It is the reality of the immediate future. The Pharaohs are not returning to rule us. They are returning to restore us. The American and Tier 1 institutions that have tried to control this information are now in a state of panic. They are seeing the hot spots on their satellite imagery. They are hearing the hum through their underground sensors. They are realizing that their power is temporary, while the power of the stone is eternal. The moral decay of their secrecy is being exposed by the blue light of the awakening. As your breathing becomes slow and rhythmic, align yourself with the pulse of the king's chamber. Feel the warmth of the warming granite in your mind. Smell the metallic tang of the ancient ozone. Hear the high, clear ring of the quartz. You are in sync with the machine. You are ready for the first breath. The story of the Giza Plateau is a story of ultimate patience. It is a story of a civilization that believed in the future. so much that they were willing to wait 4,000 years for the air to heal. They were willing to become stone so that they could eventually become the masters of the new world. This is the legacy of the Pharaohs. This is the truth that was buried in the desert. The long sleep is over. The Great Awakening is here. The atmosphere is ready. The stars are in place. The gears are aligned. The stone is warm. The first breath is about to be taken. And as that breath is drawn into the lungs of the undying, the world will finally remember who it belongs to, the 30-member collective of lore. Slumber has completed its archival duty. We have taken you through the lungs, the heart, and the mind of the Say machine. We have decoded the betrayal and revealed the power. We have shown you that you are not a creature of a few decades, but a witness to the eternal. Every word has been a vibration, leading you to this final moment of stillness. The desert is silent, but the stone is shouting. The Sphinx is watching the horizon, waiting for the first ray of the new sun. The pyramids are glowing in the dark, their blue light reflecting off the shifting sands. The hidden gear is at zero. The secret shafts are open. The humming granite is steady. The scent of ancient ozone is pure. Breathe deeply now. One last time. Feel the energy of the plateau in your own lungs. You are an initiate of the truth. You are a keeper of the secret. You are a part of the awakening. The tomb deception is a memory. The long sleep is a finished chapter. The first breath is the beginning of the new era. The informative journey has come to its final threshold. We have analyzed the physics of the stasis and the biology of the undying. We have walked the Grand Gallery and stood in the shadow of the Sphinx. We have understood the cost of immortality and the precision of the celestial clock. This information is now a part of you, a resonant frequency in your own consciousness. The archives of Giza are deep, but they have shared their most vital secrets with you tonight. You know why the bodies were never found. You know why the stone hums. You know why the air smells of lightning. You know why the stars align. You are no longer a stranger to the past. You are the architect of the future. As you surrender to the final, deep embrace of sleep, know that you are sleeping in the shadow of a world that is waking up. The resonance of the stone is your lullaby. The warmth of the granite is your comfort. The light of the stars is your guide. You are safe in the stasis, and you will be ready for the awakening. The moral failure of a world that forgot its origins is over. The golden age is breathing once more. The Pharaohs are home. The stone is warm. The timer is at zero. The first breath has been taken. The cycle is complete. The collective of the lore slumber has finished its task. The 30 experts have shared their knowledge, their vision, and their archival truth. We have decoded the silence of the desert and revealed the heartbeat of the stone. Every word has been a step toward this final, peaceful conclusion. The candle is gone. The parchment is sealed. The vault is silent. The desert wind is a whisper against the casing stones. The Sphinx is smiling in the dark. The pyramids are humming a song of forever. The journey is over, but the reality is just beginning. Breathe slow. Breathe deep. Align your heart with the granite. Align your mind with the stars. You are eternal. You are undying. You are home. Sleep now. The file is closed.